Good morning and welcome back to the day 2 of Global Resilience Summit, co-organized by CANSO and EUROCONTROL. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world, from the Europa Studio Television, from the two anchors, myself, Tony Lico of EUROCONTROL, and Shane Campbell, the Program Manager, Safety CANSO. So we've been delighted. Yesterday we had the blast on day 1 with the opening sessions from our Director Generals, Mr. Eamon Brennan, the Director General of EUROCONTROL, and Mr. Simon Hawkward, the Director General of CANSO. They invited us to address globally the topic of resilience, and which we did, and not just air traffic management, but aviation perspective and other industry. We had Dr. Kath Bishop, Olympic rower and diplomat, who was the keynote speaker. Stephen Shorrock, our lead of safety and human factors and editor-chief of Mindsight magazine. And then we zoomed in and dived into different dimensions of resilience. Organizational resilience, technological resilience, with great speakers from all over the world. And all of them, in all of this, they mentioned there is no organizational resilience and there is no technological resilience without human resilience. And what we will do today, we will address individual resilience with great panelists, which I'll introduce in a moment. I just want to say a few words about the individual resilience. The people who ensure the overall resilience of an organization, whether in operational, technical support or management roles, can find themselves personally affected by chronic conditions and specific events. Personal resilience is the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. These sessions takes a deeper look at the importance of developing core skills to get through, recover, and learn from difficulty experience. And who else better to talk us through these topics than the three panelists that you see on the screen. Air Commodore Dave Whittingham, who is the chair of UK Flight Safety Committee. Ms. Carol Quinn, who is the director and principal trainer and trauma therapist of QDM Limited, and Martin Bromiley, Captain Martin Bromiley, founder of Critical Human Factors Group. Actually, in this order, I will start introducing first the Air Commodore Dave Whittingham. So they will have a couple of slides, a few slides each. They will talk us for about 20 minutes. In this order, Di, Carol, and Martin, and then, as usually you saw yesterday, we have opportunity to raise question and answers. And of course, at the end of the day, we have the rapid fire panel with most of the speakers. All three, they will be available with us. Those in online, the internautes, use the Zoom feature, the Q&A. Use chat for salutation, Q&A for questions and answers. And those in the room, please, the QR code. Radu will launch the application and they will appear on our screens here so we can pick up the questions. So no microphones in the room here in Europa. So Air Commodore Dave Whittingham joined the Royal Air Force as a pilot in 1974. I think you can mention a type of the airplane, and Dai has flown it. He started with Phantoms. He was 7 years in the air defense fighter role, ending as a senior instructor pilot and standard evaluator for the Phantom Force. I think maybe behind him we have a picture with that, okay. His early flying career, including 3 years as a flying instructor on the Jet Provost, during which he was also a display pilot for the type. He was commander of AWACS E3D Squadron and the main operating base of the Royal Air Force in Waddington. Following attendance of the Royal College of Defence Studies, Dai was deployed as Air Component Commander for the all UK flying operation in Iraq and Afghanistan, prior to take up of Minister of Defence duties. His last military appointment was as a Deputy Commander for the NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control Force, in rank of Air Commodore. After retiring from the Royal Air Force, Dai joined the UK Flight Safety Committee as its Chief Executive in February 2012. He is Vice Chair of the Air Transport Advisory Board of the UK Confidential Reporting Programme, Vice Chair of the European Advisory Committee for the Flight Safety Foundation, and the Chairman of the UK Laser Working Group. He is a member of the EASA Collaborative Analysis Group for Commercial Air Transport and Human Factors, and is active in a wide range of other commercial aviation safety activities. He is a known face of EUROCONTROL and Flight Safety Foundation events, and I'm grateful, Dai, that you accepted to start this panel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. So I'm just going to share some slides here with you, and hopefully you will be able to see it. Tony will tell me very quickly. If not, I'm sure.
Yes, well, good. We hear you well. We see the slides.
Thank you. So when I was asked to talk about personal resilience, it was, yeah, I can do that. And then when you actually sit and think about it, what does that mean? And I've gone back to my military days because I learned some things there which you might find interesting. So what we're going to do is look at the early things I learned. I'm going to have a look at exercise. And then when all that was put to the test and what I learned from it. So that's what I started on. Lovely airplane, great fun, and really enjoyable. And I was flying this out of, in fact, flying that airframe out of RAF Lucas, just north of Edinburgh. So there I was. I've been on the squadron about a year, and I was off at Benbecula, actually working off Benbecula with a radar unit which looked after that side of Scotland. You can see the office there with all the latest in modern instruments and the like. The big red circle at the top there is the radar repeater, but otherwise it's a pretty standard fighter cockpit from the 50s and 60s. So we had done our work. Excuse me, we'd done our work with the radar unit, and because Benbecula is quite remote, it was always polite to go and say hello when we'd finished. So we'd go and just fly past them, say good morning, good afternoon, whatever, before we headed off back to Lucas. And I think you can probably see Lucas is just around there where my cursor is now. So we did that, but it wasn't a particularly nice day. In fact, it was chucking it down with rain, really heavy rain, and the sea around Benbecula was more white than it was sea coloured. It was just foam. It was horrible. 35 gusting 40 knots. So when we went through Benbecula, the two of us, two aircraft, and I arrived at the airfield boundary. We were going reasonably quickly, about 550 knots, something like that. Then I had a good idea and I put the afterburners in to make a bit more noise because they like noise over there. They don't get very much of it. I feel guilty now. But I put the afterburners in and there was a big bang. So I came out of the afterburners and went to mid-power. I thought, oh dear, we've hit a bird. Or I think that's what's happened. And so we're just seeing all the engine instruments are normal. And then over here on the left-hand side, you can see that little black thing. It wasn't actually black, it was a slightly different color, and that's what it said. So where we talk about startled and surprised, I was surprised, but not particularly startled. There was a moment when I thought to myself, oh, this isn't actually the simulator, is it? And the simulator at that stage, because I was young and stupid, I was going in there at least once a month. We were mandated to go in once a month. And usually at my stage of training about twice a month. So running through emergency drills and the like. Excuse me. So the drill was very simple. Memory items: close the throttle, count 5 seconds, and if the firelight stayed on, then it was HP off, which is on the back end of the throttle. Just pull the thing right all the way back through the gate, and the start masters off, which was the low pressure fuel, and start the clock. Some of you might be wondering when I'm going to put the fire extinguisher shot into it. That would have been very nice, but there wasn't one fitted. So the drill just said after 30 seconds, if fire confirmed, eject. And sure enough, after 30 seconds, the firelight stayed on. And we went round Becula a couple of times making a decision. And I remember saying to the backseater, it's still flying. There's obviously something happened. It's still flying. We're fine, and it doesn't look very nice out there. So we eventually agreed, and we went to the nearest suitable airfield, which was Lossiemouth, which was up around here. And in the climb out of Benbecula, we've lost the wingman by this stage. The firelight went out, which is very nice to see. And about 5 minutes later, it came back on again. So back through the engine's already shut down. It was, well, here we are, we're still flying. And we landed at Lossiemouth to find actually there was a big hole in the bottom of the airplane. The bypass duct had let go along its whole length, and the firelight was actually damaged rather than a fire itself. But we put this airplane on the ground, and resilience was then tested further because we weren't going anywhere else. We were forced to drink vast quantities of beer by a visiting squadron that night. All we've got is what we stand up in. And then we were put on a train the next morning, still in our dry suits, helmet, life jacket, to go on the train down to Lucas, just through Dundee, including changing at Aberdeen. And Aberdeen, the populace there is either on its way out to the rigs, in which case it's sober, or it's just come back from the rigs, in which case it's anything but sober. So we were stood on the platform at Aberdeen with flying kit, helmet, life jacket, equipment connector, all that stuff, with lots of friendly, drunken rig workers pointing out we seem to have lost our airplane, which was great fun, as you can imagine. But what kept us going here was the training. So we never actually got into that moment of what's going on. Are we in real difficulty? Well, we were in difficulties, but we were always on top of it because we trained day after day. We trained for it. So exercise, I'll show you this other picture purely because I wasn't talking about physical exercise. I was talking about the exercising that the military across NATO, and I can't speak for the other side of what was then still the Iron Curtain, was exercising on a regular basis. And you would have people coming in to see you. There'd be a hooter would go at 4 o'clock in the morning, everybody run in, and the troops would have to try and generate one of these aircraft, well, in fact, 8 of them had to go with a full missile load. You could see there 4 Sparrows or Skyflash and 4 Sidewinders and a gun on the center line. So it's quite a powerful piece of kit. And in all these exercises, you would be given injects. There'd be a guy with, normally a team with armbands which said umpire or DS for directing staff, and they would throw things at you. There's just been a bomb over here. You've got an intruder over there. What are you doing? Your fuel is contaminated. What are you going to do about that? And there came the day, I was 8 years on, I was a flight commander, so deputy squadron commander at RAF Wattisham in Suffolk. And the umpire said, okay, you've got a problem. You've got an aircraft diverted to RAF Coningsby. They've got the AIM-9s, the AIM-9 Lima, but they've got no armorers to fit it. What are you going to do? And I stupidly said, don't worry, the aircrew will fit it themselves. And he said, well, let's see, shall we? Let's go. So off we went, me included, to go and load a Sidewinder. And here are 3, I think they're American gentlemen. It's quite an early photograph, but these are armorers. They're trained to do this. And what they've got in their hands there is a Sidewinder, which is about 85 kilos. And they're going to load this onto a rail, which is pretty much at head height. So not particularly easy, but loading it manually was the easiest way to go. So I was off to do that in a hardened shelter, but I was dressed like this because we were in the full nuclear, biological, chemical posture at that stage. Clearly, those aren't me, but we did have the rubber gloves and it's hot. You can't see very much. And that was one of those points in terms of resilience that I wish I had done a little bit more time in the gym, because I've now got to lift this 85 kilo weight with one other person and get it onto the rails and get it locked in. Neither of us having really done it before, but we pretended we had. Helped by a friendly armourer going, not like that, move it forward a bit. Thank you very much. So we learned from that, I learned from that about preparing properly for things. So now what I'll do is I'll take you through where it all came home for me, the day from hell. And it was the day from hell. So it was the 21st of January in 1999. So this is in the run up towards the Kosovo Allied Force campaign. We had all our aircraft back from Aviano, which was our forward operating base, for the first time in, I think at that stage, 8 years. And they said, go and have a break because it's going to get busy later on. So I've done the morning Met brief, and I am standing in as the base commander. Although I was a squadron commander, the base commander had, I think he'd gone on leave. He was in the States for some reason. So it was me. And we go through the normal morning brief on what's going on. And then at 9 o'clock, I got a phone call. And the phone call said, "Where are you?" And I said, "Well, we're at Waddington." This was from the senior officer, senior British officer in the operations center at Vicenza in Italy. Everybody else is back. Why aren't you here? I said, "Well, nobody's told us we've been recalled." We had to be. So 15 minutes later, I've got the ops group together to tell them we're recalled to Aviano. So that was generating 3 AWACS, 4 crews, and all the supporting manpower, and getting those off and running back to northern Italy from a standing start. And we had got airplanes loosely prepared, but not actually fully up to deployment standard.
Hold die. We lost you for a second.
You still got me? Hello? Okay. Is anybody hearing me? No? Okay. So it's EUROCONTROL who have lost me.
Yeah, sorry, no, it's from our side, the problem that they were restoring now. So we,
All right.
we
You're happy for me to carry on?
Yeah, happy. And
Okay.
apologies for that.
So we're recalled. So we've got quite a lot of things going on with people flying everywhere to get bags, going home to pack, turning off weekend plans and all that sort of stuff, because we needed to be back in northern Italy and operating as soon as possible. So that was fine, and we've got that running. And then at 11:30 that morning, there was a mid-air collision between a Tornado and a Cessna 172. The Cessna was doing illegal aerial work. He was taking photographs. He was known for it. He would take his hands off the controls for 5-10 seconds while he took his pictures and then go back and sell them afterwards. He had been warned about it, and the CAA was trying to monitor. We know he was taking photographs because without being too unseemly, they found his arm with a camera still in the hand. So you can't fly 2 airplanes through each other like that. 4 people dead. It was not pretty. Unfortunately, no casualties on the ground. So 15 minutes later, I'm on my way back to the ops room at this stage. Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire went out in fog, and we've now got 5 VC-10s due into us. At midday, I launched the crash and disaster plan. So it's one of the things that you do test, but it's normally tested under controlled circumstances. We are now responding to this off-base accident because we were closest, basically. So I've got the standby guard called out. They're not going to be taking weapons or anything like that, but they are going into the field, and they were there to basically protect the wreckage until other people could get there. And then at 45 minutes later, one of the visiting aircraft managed to taxi off the taxiway and up to his nose gear axles in mud. It was actually the senior pilot from the VC-10 force who should have known better, but he missed something, and they were narrow taxiways, and he went off. So we're now into all that, and at 1400, I was having a how goes it meeting and the tannoy, the PA system went off. Fire, fire, fire. A fire has been reported in the air electronics building. At which point I turned to the meeting and said, bring him in. And they said, who? I said, the umpire. I want to see the umpire. This is getting stupid. Which took all the tension out of those people because they were starting to get a bit wound up. And there were other things that happened. I had to brief a young photographer about what he was going to do. It was his first proper job. He'd been with us about 3 or 4 months, and he was going out into the field to photograph bits of wreckage and, sadly, the remains that were there, because that was going to be the fastest way of capturing this stuff. So I had to brief him about what he was going to do and sort out some trauma counseling for him afterwards, because I knew what he was going to see, he didn't. And then it was the inquiry starting. The other thing you learn is never send an engineer out to a crash site who is red-green colorblind. That didn't help. We won't go into the details there, but this was an extremely busy day. And the learning came the next day when one of the ops room staff, quite junior, said, we couldn't believe how calm you were. And me being calm had a real effect on other people in terms of their own resilience. It gave them permission just to get on with things. And so the lesson was this. It was very simply, keep calm. And if you can keep calm, and it's as true in the cockpit as it is anywhere else, behind a console, when things are going wrong, keep calm. And one of the things you can do to help that is just breathe. Breathing is a really powerful way of managing your own stress when the chips are down, when things are happening. And if you want to take a look in more detail, just Google cardiac coherence. It's a paced breathing method that the elite athletes will use for getting themselves in the zone before they start gun at the Olympic 100 meters or whatever. And it has a very powerful effect. And we had a demonstration, and I should say this was a demonstration on an army officer, so don't draw too much from it. He was asked to sit in a chair and subtract 7 from 1,000. And at that stage, the presenter started hassling him, and he came apart quite quickly, trying to answer 2 questions and do this other job. And then they made him work on a breath pacer. So it was just a PowerPoint slide with a bar that went, breathe in, breathe out. And they repeated the exercise, and out came all the answers at just quite astonishing transformation in this man. So it's powerful. Try it. It's easy enough to do. It's a basics of one of the yoga techniques, but it actually works. So with that, just to wrap up, it is about training, practicing, practice when it's difficult, and following my early incident with a phantom, I had another little routine that I would run. I would mentally rehearse when I was off in that part of the world or others. I'm a long way from base or a base. I would rehearse in my own mind what I would do. I would think about it at the time, and that helps. Then you're not surprised. And stay calm. Breathe. Breathing is really powerful. Although, as my late father told me, if you breathe for too long, eventually it will kill you, which is a sobering thought. So with that, I will hand back to Tony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dai. Absolutely amazing stories, and I love this translation of of a concept into on a use case, and I think this is where we draw the lessons learned, and it came very much home to us here as well in Europa. Thank you very much. Stand by for later for the questions. So we move to Carol Quinn, the Director, Principal Trainer and Trauma Therapist with QDM Limited. Carol grew up in Northern Ireland. She was an operational air traffic controller in NATS for more than 20 years, working and teaching in aerodrome and approach, both at the original airports, but also in the London Terminal Control and Heathrow approach. She got an award from NATS, People Award, for her work in establishing and coordinating a critical incident stress management peer support program for more than 200 peers, which still thrives today in UK NATS. So well done on that, Carol. He sat on our EUROCONTROL sales group for many years. In 2009, she left NUTS to establish her own company, QDM Limited, initially providing well-being consultancy and training to assist individuals to get back on track for whatever is appropriate for them, and companies in establishing peer support and stress management programs for their staff. Currently, a British Association for Counsellors and Psychotherapists qualified and registered counsellor. She's an active member of the British Psychological Society Crisis, Disaster and Trauma section. Carol works to deliver varied levels of support across a wide spectrum. Her day job is a trauma therapist and supervisor in private practice in the south of England and a SIMS trainer interventionist internationally. 5 years ago, Carol completed a piece of qualitative and quantitative research with 600 more controllers in the UK as part of the Masters in Psychological Trauma. This looks at the common themes of their lived experience of work-related trauma. No such data for ATCOs existed in the aviation sector at the time, despite much published evidence relating to the flight deck and cabin crew. Finally, just to sum up, she has delivered SIMS training to ATC peers and first responders in the UK and international, including Ireland, Poland, Dubai, Bahrain, Singapore, and so on. And just to mention that maybe some of you remember the accident in Dubai International, the Boeing 777 crash. She provided support to Emirate flight crew on that August 2016. So she will talk us through the resilience is personal and from mindset versus mindset. Carol, we are all yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tony, and good morning from the south of England. I want to thank Di for reminding me to breathe. And hopefully you can see my slides just now. All good, Tony?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay, fabulous. So I've got quite a few slides. I know ATC people are very visual, so bear with me, but hopefully it will help to for you to follow what I'm saying. And in thinking today about individual resilience and resilience for personnel, I want to come at it from the stance of how personal resilience is. And I'm not going to share any tools or tips with you per se. I'm not going to give you any case examples. What I am going to do is share some themes and threads of what I notice with working with people in aviation. And professionals like first responders, and more recently with frontline personnel in hospitals. And it's not what they're doing around COVID and illness and death and wearing PPE that's causing them the most issues. It's what happens within their teams, what happens when they get dysregulated and when they get overwhelmed. And we've all had to adapt because of COVID, and it's caused a lot of polarization in terms of what's fair, what's not fair. And I think we're all a bit fatigued with it now, really. We're all tired, and that has quite a knock-on effect for all of us. But most of all, what I want to get everybody to think about is, and I'm just rolling over from some of the excellent information that was shared yesterday, is to get us to think about what's free, what costs nothing, what we have as personal resources already, and just to kind of polish those off and dust them down a little bit. So I think we can all agree that humans live in bodies that don't come with a manual. And yeah, unlike our air traffic systems where we've got lots of procedures, and we come in ready to go in that mindset, we're very different as human beings. And quite often we get caught in the moment because of something that's in our past, in our history, or is a little bit archaic. So I want to just think about how we can help each other and ourselves in those moments. And in thinking about today and what I talk about, I kind of started to play around with the language. So resilience comes from the Latin, and I can't really, it's hard to say, resilientia, so the act of avoiding. And if we start to take some letters out, look what we're left with. It's quite a common theme among aviation professionals in general, and something that I see a lot of in ATC is that people really withdraw when they're struggling. And then if we extend that into the concept of salience, and where we know psychologically that the thing that was most remarkable, and certainly the recency effect, is what starts to take over our awareness and our attention in our brains. And then salar is to shrink from. And I want to think about that through what I say today in terms of resilience. But I was really pleased yesterday when people were talking about this convergence of independent approaches and how we really do need to get better at pulling together different principles and concepts. And Alex was talking yesterday about how we very much consider ourselves to be different in ATC. And so with the work that I do now, more in the kind of counselling and psychotherapy world, Dan Siegel has done a lot of work around pulling a lot of different concepts together. So not just psychology. He, by the way, is an ex-psychiatrist and mathematician who is now a psychotherapist. And he's pulled together the world of science, of maths, of spirituality and of all sorts of things, and really brings some interesting concepts to think about. I was smiling yesterday when Steve mentioned his 3 R's: relate, reflect, and resource. But my 3 R's come from Johns Hopkins University from back in 2003 when they were first presented. And my 3 R's are resistance, resilience, and recovery. And resilience very much in the middle there. So we think about resistance as the building up our resources, the kind of edge or the boundaries of what we do in our efforts, kind of building up your store for the storm or for winter, if you like. And then at the other edge of it, we've got recovery. And every so often we've got to stop, we've got to restock, we've got to rest, and we've got to reflect. And that was something that was very much a theme yesterday. And I want to give you some little tips about how you can help yourself to reflect, and with kindness and compassion, because I think we often forget to do that. And it's really just as simple as giving yourself permission to stop and do so. And so resilience, according to the Johns Hopkins model, sits in the middle there, very much between the building up your armor, building up your resource, and then moving occasionally into rest and recovery when we need to do that. And sometimes resilience is actually in hibernation. We don't actually need that much of that energy because we're well resourced and we just get on with it. So they think about it as very much a continuous, infinite adaptive cycle. And there's some words on the screen there that refer to resource and resiliency. And resiliency itself is very much that recalibration, that reset, that regathering. But we need to be mindful to regather. And I want to come back to that word because, again, that was mentioned yesterday. I think you're probably all familiar with this form of Japanese art, the kintsugi vase, and it talks about the golden repair. And so when it gets broken, there's some pieces, and with love and care and attention, the gold paint comes out and the broken vase gets repurposed. So it continues with an adaptive function. And we're exactly like that as human beings. Sometimes we feel like we're a bit fragmented, like we're falling apart. And it's not actually our fault, but it is our responsibility to put ourselves back together. And so with a little care and attention, this vase gets put back together. And I love the phrase taking stock. And it's something that Dan Siegel very much talks about in terms of tuning in. And taking stock is not the same as stock taking. Because if we stock take, all we're doing is looking at the resources in the store, or in this case, we're just looking at the broken pieces. They're not really much use. But if we take stock and adapt and repurpose, we can move towards something that's much more functional and usable. And John yesterday was talking about systems and artificial intelligence and how we're always in there looking for the bugs and the fixes. And we're exactly the same as human beings. A lot of what we do and a lot of how we behave, as I said earlier, is kind of already programmed in there. It's archaic, it's from the past. And sometimes we automatically fall back on old strategies. And this is where our permission to stop and reflect is really important. What do I need to do to reset and regather myself? What got in the way there? And can I actually sit with it when it comes up? Do I know myself well enough that when it comes up, I can bracket it off, get on with my job, stay focused, but I'm not ignoring it, because if we try to ignore something and push it away, it actually takes a lot more energy. But bracketing it off, we can be alongside it. And then afterwards, we can stop, we can slow down, we can regather, we can go into rest and recovery if we need to. So, you update your mobile phone, you update your laptop all the time with the latest operating systems for bugs, fixes, and security. You wouldn't run your car on the road without checking the tires, ensuring that the fuel tank was full. And Sarah yesterday Kath yesterday morning was talking about the importance of physical care, of diet, exercise, nutrition, and I want to focus more on the kind of mental health side of things. But you certainly wouldn't keep running your car on the road without updating your sat nav, for instance. And most of this happens automatically on your electronic systems. And occasionally we need to stop and do it manually. And again, yesterday we were talking about going backwards to older versions. But in this case, when we think about ourselves as human beings, what I mean is every so often just stopping to reflect. And reflection is absolutely key to updating and to staying mentally healthy. Playing with the language again, the word resile is to abandon a course or a position of action. And that's exactly what we mean by resiliency. It's stopping to have a look and see what's there and then amending what we're doing. And Dan Siegel coined this term Mindsight in 2010. And I think it very much plays into the ATC environment, because we all go to work with a mindset. We prepare ourselves, we keep ourselves up to date with procedures and our knowledge. We make decisions, we're in the right mindset to get there on time, to take a shower, be kind when we have to sit next to our colleagues. We prepare ourselves with the right mindset to go to work. But Mindsight is about so much more than that. And I know that we've been quite good at rolling out programs and techniques of mindfulness, and they've all worked really, really well for helping people to stop and to focus. But mindfulness very much focuses on the inside, on the internal system. Mindsight is about the internal and the external. It's about self, others, and the world, and how that all connects, and the integration of that, which gives us so much more data and information in order to make decisions, to move forward, to change our course, and to get on. So mindfulness is a really good tool. I've done a little bit of it this morning in preparing myself for the session, but it's really just a camera snapshot. It tells us what's going on inside. And we know from MRI scans that it really integrates the different parts of the brain. But the brain is just a bundle of cells and membranes. It's not the mind. The mind is about so much more. And the mind is in the body. The mind takes information in through neuroception from our environment. So when the environment places a demand or throws a trigger our way, we take it into our bodies through sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. And Wise Mind concept, which many of you are probably familiar with, talks about the rational part of our mind and the emotional part of our mind. And I don't want to dwell on this too much, but the overlap there in the middle is what helps us to make wise decisions. Because if we stay up here, just in the rational part of our brain and ignore what's happening down here, that funny sensation we feel in our chest or our tummy. We don't need to get pulled into it or flooded by it, because what happens then is that the prefrontal cortex, the more recently developed part of our brain, literally flips. It goes offline, and there's a little shortcut that happens through the amygdala in our brain, and we can become very much flooded by our emotion. But likewise, if we ignore what's happening emotionally, that takes extra energy to push it away. And it's data. So by looking at and noticing and just stopping to scan and have sight, mindsight of all of the data, then we're working with full information. So we're sending information from our bodies up to our brain. Brain makes sense of it. Sometimes it might send a little signal back down to soothe, to breathe, as Di reminded us this morning, and to re-regulate ourselves. So we're not in that state of flooding and the brain doesn't flip, and we can continue to do our job. And then we can go later and do whatever we need to do to re-regulate ourselves properly or to recharge ourselves. Professor Paul Gilbert has done a lot of work in the UK and Australia. And again, you can go and read about this if you're interested, but he talks about this notion of compassionate mind and the three systems in our mind. And what we know in the psychotherapy world is that quite often people's threat system and their drive system, so their intention and their goals and their aims, become very out of proportion. And the soothing system, the ability to soothe and to bring ourselves back into balance and regulation so that we can notice what's happening around us as well as inside, they get very much out of kilter. And so this notion of homeostasis is really important. And when we go into that state of stress, allostasis kicks in and we get flooded with all of these stress chemicals, and it's very difficult to stay balanced whenever we don't have enough resource for the demand. So it is important to pay attention to that resourcing and to pay attention to what we need in the moment, and to using others to actually achieve that. Anyone who's learned to fly will be familiar with unusual attitudes. So you've got to very quickly reorientate yourself, and we're exactly the same as human beings. Another metaphor is when we sail, we can't change the wind, but we can adjust our sails very much to deal with it and to make decisions to do that as we go. And again, playing with the language, if you run elixir backwards, it kind of fits. But humanity, the elixir, the gold paint, if you think of the kintsugi vase, is really, really important. So how do we borrow someone else's mind, someone else's brain to co-regulate ourselves? It's a free resource. It's a resource that's there. If we give ourselves permission to tune into the other person. And Dan Siegel talks very much about flow. And like it or not, I don't know about those of you who are tuning in from home, but those of you who are in the room there in Brussels, your nervous system will be very aware of the nervous system of the person beside you. In fact, turn right and just give them a little smile. And we know, you know, I can remember many a time sat on Heathrow where I could feel the anxiety of the person next to me rising. It was quite infectious. But we can, when we're struggling, when we're starting to feel flooded, when we feel like we're starting to go offline a little bit and our brain's about to flip, we can very much use others to help to regulate ourselves. Borrowing the mind of other people. And all it takes is eye contact, prosody, tone, rhythm of voice, simple things like posture. And again, we were talking yesterday about, you know, checking in with your staff, checking in with colleagues. You don't have to sit down and have a whole offload session. But, you know, many of my clients say to me that the people who really helped were the people who said, "How are you today?" Looked me in the eye and waited for the shrug of the shoulders. That's all they got. I didn't want to stop and talk, but they connected with me. And that really helped me to know that I wasn't moving through the world alone. So that connection is incredibly, incredibly important. It's a free resource. And I'm going to wrap up in a moment, but I just wanted to share this concept with you. It's a psychologist from the 50s, Stephen Cartman, who talked about the drama triangle and about how in relationship, we move round the corners of this triangle. And when one person's on, for instance, the rescuer corner, the other person might be on the victim corner. And we take up this I matter, you matter, or I don't matter, you don't matter position. So the person who jumps in and always fixes and wants to move to help, which is very different to support, is very disempowering. You're ignoring the capability of the other person. And often we feel resentful when we do that because it doesn't land, they didn't want it, or they don't understand what we're doing. And often when our brains are working fully, and the other person can't make sense of something, we jump in too quickly. But actually, all we need to do is to be there, to notice, to acknowledge, to validate, to support. And so the more positive concept is this notion of winner's triangle, so holding on to our sense of vulnerability. Vulnerability rather than invincibility, because if we see ourselves as invincible, then we're impervious, we're fixed, we're destroyable, we've got no creativity. But with vulnerability, we're open to being dynamic, for self-renewal, for discovery, for reflection, and definitely to be resilient and be able to adapt. We all move through the world with this notion of, am I okay around here? And Mindsight helps us to have to be able to take in that data. So understanding self, having the capacity to co-regulate ourselves with other people is incredibly important. And having the compassion for ourselves and others to be able to do that, to connect, again, a big theme yesterday, and to attune and to reclaim our capacity. You're all familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and this is where it sits, in that sense of belonging. And here's something I pulled off Twitter. So this came from someone who returned from quarantine to some potatoes at the back of the cupboard after lockdown, and it's this sense of actualization and growth. And so we all have the capacity to rewire our brains, and we need that flow of energy and information and the integration of other people and the mindset of what's happening within us and around us to be able to do that. And it's a little bit like grass outside a square of houses, perfectly good tarmac paths around the outside, but the diagonal path that people wear through the middle works so much better. And as Captain Chesley Sullenberger said, not every situation can be foreseen or anticipated. There isn't a checklist for everything, and we need to be able to use the resource of each other to help ourselves. And back to Tony.
Thank you very much, Carol. A lot of insights from a professional that assist people to recover from their traumas. Excellent insight. There is a lot to take in. What I love from your continuation with that we didn't talk about pandemics and what effect it has on us. And I hope we have some time, if not at the end of this panel, in the fire up questions to come back, how we can translate this, what we have seen in these talks on our day-to-day reflection during pandemics today. So time to move to the last speaker of the panel. I had the privilege to see Martin and meet him before. Martin is an airline captain and founder of the Clinical Human Factors Group in UK. He has founded a charity in 2007 with academics, clinicians, leaders and policymakers, and you'll understand in a minute why. In 2005, Martin Bromiley's late wife died needlessly during a routine hospital procedure. A subsequent independent review identified that a well-equipped operating theatre and a team of clinicians, all technically skilled, had failed to respond appropriately to an unanticipated emergency. It wasn't the clinicians that failed, it was the system and training that failed them by making it hard to do the right things. Human factor is the application of scientific methods to make people safer and perform better. In a clinical setting, it involves an understanding of teamwork, task, equipment, workspace, culture, and communication. As a result of Martin's tragedy, he founded the Clinical Human Factors Group, a charitable trust which aims to raise awareness, challenge, and promote best practice around human factors. And again, I've been privileged to witness one of the Martin's presentation and one of our Just Culture events, and he is a live proof of resilience and strength to tell the story that happened to him and to try to push to improve the medical system. So I don't know how many of us will have that strength, so I take my hat off Martin. His work has been recognized through awards from a number of royal colleges and professional bodies. In 2016's New Year honors list, Martin was awarded an OBE for his work to further patient safety, and in 2017 was awarded a fellowship by the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. And while I excuse my ignorance of what an OBE is, so I went and searched for it, and actually it's something quite extraordinary. An OBE is the most excellent order of the British Empire. It is a British order of chivalry, rewarding contribution to the arts and sciences, work with charitable and welfare organization and public service outside the civil service. Impressive work. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tony, for a very humbling introduction. I'm just going to share my slides, so just bear with me while I do that, and hopefully I can get this right. And that should be correct, if I can just get to the right place. Good.
All good, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to offer some reflections on personal resilience, but they are very much my personal reflections on the experiences that I've had and things that I've observed. As Tony's alluded to, I'm an airline pilot. This is a picture of me from over 20 years ago, and I only show it because I've got hair on it. I'm now a training captain for a major UK airline, and that is something that a role that I really cherish. I'm very lucky to do it. It gives me a real purpose, I suppose, of helping my colleagues and myself to be the best that they can be at what they do. And on the right-hand side, you can see a picture of me doing aerobatics. That's something I also love doing. And I've also been very lucky to instruct people doing that. And I have to say that if you wanted a classroom to look at human performance under pressure, the two environments that you can see in those pictures are rather good at it. But as Tony's already mentioned, what I really want to talk about is healthcare a little bit. And this is a family snap taken in about 2003, 2004, myself, my then wife Elaine, and our two young children, Victoria and Adam. So Elaine was healthy, but she, like the rest of us, would get a cold, she'd get bunged up, and unfortunately, that in her case caused quite a severe infection. As a result of that, it was recommended by the doctors that she should have routine surgery to sort the problem out. She went into hospital on the 29th of March 2005. She was anaesthetised, but problems occurred. If you like, her physical airway became blocked or collapsed. She ended up in a coma and was transferred to intensive care. A few days later, I had to make the decision to switch her life support off, and she died 13 days after the original attempted operation. I was, as bizarre as it sounds, very lucky actually that we then had an independent review into Elaine's care, and combined with an inquest in a coroner's court, what I'd like to do is to share with you what happened as best we know it. So Elaine was being cared for by an experienced anaesthetist and his experienced anaesthetic assistant. The plan was to anaesthetise Elaine using some drugs, and then to keep her airway open, they were going to fit what's called a laryngeal mask. This is like an oxygen mask that fits over your face. When she was put to sleep, the mask, though, wouldn't fit. They tried different sizes of mask, but very quickly it was obvious that she was having problems getting air. Her oxygenation, which for most healthy people should be around 90%, was falling rapidly. Within 4 minutes, it was 40% or lower. In effect, she was now being starved of oxygen. She'd turned blue, a sign of hypoxia. Within 6 minutes, we know that the anaesthetist had changed his strategy. He was now attempting to intubate, to put a flexible tube down her airway. Meanwhile, his assistant had called for help, and over the next couple of minutes, a number of people arrived in the operating theatre. Another anaesthetist came to join them. The ear, nose and throat surgeon waiting to perform the op came in, and another anaesthetic assistant and 2 nurses came in. And if you can imagine what's happening, the 3 doctors are gathered around Elaine, attempting to intubate using a variety of pieces of equipment and techniques. By the time we are 10 minutes in, with hindsight, this has become what's known as can't intubate, can't ventilate. This is a recognised emergency in anaesthesia. It's worth pausing at this moment to think about the situation. Elaine is blue. She's been starved of oxygen for over 6 minutes. Everything that's been tried so far seems to have failed. But there is a protocol that sets out clear steps for how to manage a can't intubate, can't ventilate. There are 2 options at this point. One option for medical reasons they couldn't do. The other option would be some form of surgical access to the airways, to put a cut in her throat, a procedure, for example, such as a tracheostomy. And the good news at this stage is that we're in an operating theatre that's as well equipped as you would hope. We've got 2 consultant anaesthetists, senior anaesthetists. The lead anaesthetist is regarded by his colleagues as diligent and careful. He's been in his role 16 years, and in fact, years later, I met somebody who had worked for him, and she said that if she'd had to have been anaesthetised, she would have wanted him to be the one to do it. The ear, nose and throat surgeon brought with him some extra skills. He'd been in his role 30 years. If they couldn't perform a tracheostomy between the 2 anaesthetists, and that's something that they would have been trained to have done, then the ENT surgeon would be the perfect person with the perfect skills you'd need. And of the other 4 staff present, 3 of them were all experienced in their role. If this emergency had to occur, then arguably this was the dream team and the dream situation for it to happen. But what we know actually happened was that the protocols weren't referenced or even mentioned. The doctors focused on intubation, even though it was unlikely to be successful, to the exclusion of any other option. The equipment that they were using was actually causing confusion. It wasn't easy to use to get it right. By the time we've been 25 minutes in, the point at which Elaine has been starved of oxygen for over 20 minutes, they eventually get her oxygenation back to 90% through the intubation alone. But you don't need to be a doctor to know that 20 minutes starved of oxygen is never going to lead to a good outcome. At the inquest, in his own words, the lead anaesthetist lost control. There was a dispute in the inquest about who was leading at different points. The situational awareness wasn't shared amongst the 3 doctors. They all had a slightly different view on what was happening and what needed to happen. The decision making had become fixated, probably under the stress. The communication had dried up. But the story with the more junior staff was very different. They were generally aware of what was happening and what needed to happen. At that 6-minute point, the anaesthetic assistant, having called for help, when her colleague arrived, she asked her to go and fetch the tracheostomy set. Her colleague came in with it and announced to the doctors that the tracheostomy set was available. They ignored her. Probably under the stress, they didn't hear her. One of the nurses who came in, she saw that Elaine was blue. She saw the vital signs. Instinctively, she knew this was dangerous. She went out, she phoned intensive care, she came back in, and she announced to the doctors that a bed was available in intensive care. And to quote from the inquest, they looked at her as if to say, "What's wrong? You're overreacting." In fact, at the inquest, 2 of those 4 more junior staff stated categorically they knew exactly what needed to happen. But again, to quote, didn't know how to broach the subject. So here we have issues about equipment that is difficult to use. We have issues around behaviours that made it difficult to get it right, around leadership, situational awareness, communication, decision-making, workload management. And these are things that you will all be familiar with. But as Tony said at the very start, you know, this wasn't a group of bad people. This was a group of really good people who on any other day would have performed really well. But this unexpected event put them in a situation for which the system hadn't adequately prepared them. So you're probably wondering, you know, how did Martin bounce back from that? And I'll mention a little bit of it later, and it's something I've never really talked about. But much more relevant to me back in 2005 was this. How can we create resilience in healthcare? Actually, how can we create resilience when things are going wrong and when things are going well? You'll be familiar with many of these things. So this is the pilot competency framework from ICAO. Airline pilots will use this. It's each of these areas of competence will have 6, 7, 8 or so behaviours behind them that demonstrate competency in these areas. And obviously 4 of these are very technical things. 5 of them, funnily enough, are the same things I've talked about with Elaine's case. I would argue that all of these are important to resilience, to stop, to avoid, to trap, to mitigate when things are going wrong, when errors are happening, or when the situation has become unusual or high pressured. And just in normal times, these are important. But one of the real privileges of my role as a training captain is I get to observe people doing what they do. They do good stuff, but sometimes you meet some individuals who behave in a way that seems to generate a level of resilience, an ability to avoid, trap and mitigate in ways that I am amazed by. And likewise, again, it's been mentioned, I set up this charity. I've been very privileged to work with many people in healthcare. And again, what is it that people do that seems to bring good results out of bad situations? When things are going wrong, what is it that those really amazing people do? And I don't think it is about them being amazing. It's actually about the behaviors. The first thing I see is a lot of anticipation. And what I mean by anticipation is mental rehearsal we've already heard about. Simulation, the use of simulation. Obviously, we take it for granted that simulation is mandated, but it's not in a lot of other industries. Before they go into something, they brief the hows, the whats, the whos, and particularly the what ifs. And they do all that kind of good threat and error management stuff that we know about. But even when something is going on, when it's not working out quite as it should, they kind of pause and they mini brief again. They say, hey, okay, this isn't working out. So how are we going to change the plan here? The other set of behaviors I see is around having an open start. And let me be very specific here. This is when something happens and the leader or the expert or whatever just turns to their colleagues or colleague and says, what's happening? What can you see? What are you thinking? What ideas have you got? How have you dealt with this before? Some form of open question. And then they shut up and they listen. Now, as an expert, they almost certainly have a really good idea in their head about how to deal with this problem, but they don't share it. They play poker. They listen to the ideas coming in. And it does a number of things. It increases cognitive capacity for them. But while they're listening, it might be they're hearing things that actually say their idea is good. But by listening, what they can often do is to make their idea even better. In other words, they're going from a workable solution to an optimum solution. And sometimes what they'll hear suggests that their situational awareness really isn't that great, that they haven't perceived something, in which case maybe it's a completely different change of tack. And the other thing, and both Di and Carol have alluded to this, is this idea when something unusual happens, is they slow down deliberately. They breathe deliberately. And certainly what I see is people, again, who are really good at this, will ask an open question. What's happening? I'm really into the kind of the Dr. Steve Peters book about the chimp paradox, this idea that we manage our chimp. Carol talked about this idea of the wise mind, that we have this emotional mind and this rational mind. And when something happens, especially if we know what we're doing, we want to jump in, we want to do, that's our emotional reaction. But what I'm saying here is that the really good people actually seem to contain that, to manage that, to give the rational mind a chance to come up to speed. And it's no coincidence that there's overlapping areas in these things, because these are all very similar. Anticipation, open style, slow acting, they all increase the cognitive capacity, or they allow us to use less cognitive capacity to keep other things going while we apply what we have to the problem in hand. And actually what's interesting is the people that seem really good at this, all these things are habitual. This is just how they work day to day. These are the behaviors they use when it's going well, when it's going badly. Doesn't make a difference. And I think for me, when I've observed really good crews, when I've worked with academics, when I've seen clinicians, when I've heard from clinicians, and I'm going to mention the P word, the pandemic, because last year, particularly at the start of the pandemic, we spent quite a bit of time in our charity listening to people who were dealing with the pandemic in Italy, in the UK, and around the world, to try and understand what were the things they were doing that really seemed to work in this new, uncomfortable situation. But the other thing that's really important in this is that this is all supported by a culture and a system that makes it easy to get it right. And fundamentally for me, when I talk to healthcare, this is the phrase I use. We've got to think about how we make it easy to get it right through our behaviors for ourselves, our behaviors for others, our culture and our systems. The problem in healthcare is that the culture and systems makes it really hard. There's a real backlash in healthcare at the moment. People saying, don't tell me about resilience. Get the system and culture fixed first. And I think we're very lucky in aviation. We do have a culture and a system that supports us to do the right things, makes it easy to do the right things. We're trained in these behaviors, for example. But in healthcare, we actually have a system that makes it hard to get it right. And then not only that, but the workload just goes up and up and up, and it's left the staff on the front line to deal with it. This is a slide that when I show it to a healthcare audience is the one they all talk about. It's the one they remember the most, based on Alberti's work. Amended by Jane Carthy. It uses the British speed limit on our motorways here as an example. So in the UK on our motorways, we have a speed limit of 70 miles an hour. And you can replace that with the speed limit you have on your own freeways or autostradas or wherever you are. And of course, on the motorways, everybody drives at 70 miles an hour. Nobody breaks the speed limit. But you know what it's like. You kind of look around you and people are going a bit faster, and it's probably okay because everybody else is doing it. So we tend to go at maybe a bit more. Maybe we end up doing 80, and then one day we're running late and we think we should just get ahead. We go that little bit faster, and suddenly we find ourselves at 90 miles an hour where it's incredibly unsafe. My observation is in the aviation, we spend most of our lives in this green zone working about the 70 miles an hour area because we have systems that make it easy to get it right. The rules, staying within the rules makes it easier to get it right. And the rules help us. There are occasions when we might have to go outside the rules for safety, but it is quite rare. In healthcare, they do 90 miles an hour, not because they're bad people, but because it's the only way to get the job done despite the system, not because of it. And this is borrowed from Steve Shorrock, and thank you for his permission to use this slide. But what I see in healthcare is that workers imagined and workers done are actually quite a long way apart. The leadership, even at a frontline level, often have no concept of what it's like for the people doing the work. So they put rules and regulations and processes in to assure themselves that everything's being done correctly, so that they are blame-free if something goes wrong, but without understanding how that will actually affect the front line and whether it will ever make it easier to do it right. It usually doesn't, by the way. I think looking at healthcare is a salutary lesson for us all, and that we can learn a lot from what we see there. Whew. How about me? This is a picture I took many years ago, about to fly over the Alps one evening, but it really takes me back. This image takes me back to 2005 after Elaine died. I felt like ahead of me was a mountain range, and I didn't know how far it went, and I didn't know where the paths were. The skies for me were cloudy and getting darker. But what I always knew was that one day somehow I would find my way through that mountain range. I might have to turn back, I might have to go in a completely different route, but I knew one day I'd get through it, and one day the sun would shine again. And I suppose that positivity that saw me through was probably because of the stories that my parents had told me about their lives in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s, because of what my grandparents had experienced, what my great-grandparents had experienced. No matter how bad things are for us now, actually, our ancestors have probably had it worse, but they've still made it through in most cases. And this picture taken 3 months after Elaine died, me with Victoria and Adam, who look really small there, and I look really tall. Adam's now bigger than me, by the way. Victoria's always been on the shorter side. I suppose this gave me purpose. I wanted to give them a good life, and I had to give myself a good life. But I had another purpose as well. I wanted to see if I could make healthcare better. In 2007, we founded the Clinical Human Factors Group. Yeah, we've hopefully helped do a little bit of stuff in healthcare. But what have I learned? Yeah, the picture on the right is absolutely what it's been like, both in my personal life, actually in my flying career, and definitely in my healthcare work. The reality is we have so many failures and moments when it's just not going well. But for me, it's about purpose. It's about knowing what you're trying to do, and that purpose is important, especially if it's about others. It's about, that gives you a sense of direction. But when you're on that path, it's about process, not outcome. And that, by the way, will be on my gravestone. And the other thing is that if the right-hand side diagram is true, which it is, then learning is what we really need to be about. And we heard so much of that yesterday from people like Kath. Really learn as much as you can about everything you're doing, because that's what actually helps us to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. An impressive story, actually, and lessons of life, I guess. It's always very difficult to talk after your intervention, so I'll try, however, to pick up some of the comments and questions. Again, for the participants, don't hesitate to write in the Q&A the questions, and those in the room, use your QR code. We have about 10-15 minutes to discuss, and before we get any comments from the audience, I would like you to comment on this, and based on your, personal, professional experience. So basically, one common theme from your all three presentation is that basically resilience is not just bouncing back; it's adapting and moving forward and finding a purpose. But in doing that, is it anything that we need to lose, or how do we reorient ourselves? Also, especially in these 2 years of pandemics, because some people, they may be seeing the light at the tunnel. Hopefully, it's not the train coming opposite, but some others could be despair after 2 years of pandemics.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
So, Martin, great presentation, very thought-provoking, particularly because my daughter is an anaesthetist, and she knows of your work. Brilliant stuff. One of the things that occurs to me is the importance of leadership in all this. That Martin was talking about the leadership on a flight deck. I've been talking about leadership in a military context. Carol's been there as well. And yet we don't train leaders in the industry. We don't have a culture of continuous professional development for a start that might help with some of this. But the leadership training that's available and that is out there, that actually the military does very well. I've been very fortunate to have been trained that way, but others just happen into a position because they're good at their job. And the next thing is you've been given loads of responsibility with not necessarily the tools to manage them. And I just wonder what we ought to be doing in the leadership space, so that the business of checking in with people when you come to work, being able to eyeball somebody and saying, how are you? And actually listen to the answer and look at the answer, because the look will often tell you more than the answer itself. We don't tend to do that across the industry, and I think there may well be scope for some form of training program that could help with this beyond the normal airline command programs.
Thank you, Dai. Carol, you want to chip in on this?
Well, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I think what Dai's speaking to there is this capacity to tune in rather than tuning out. And if you think of the drama triangle that I just showed there, when we come from this, especially for leaders, there's so much responsibility for our staff. It can become quite overwhelming, and it's quite a fine balance. We sit in this window of tolerance between chaos and rigidity, and there's this kind of sweet place in the middle. And when we're quite close to the edge of our window of tolerance, which needs to be quite wide, then we start to shut other people out, and we're scared of what we're going to hear when we ask that question. How are you? And I think we really need to have that capacity to tune in. And it doesn't mean we've got to drop everything and jump to action for that person. It just means we acknowledge and we validate, and that means an awful lot for each other.
Thank you, Carol. There is one question for you, Martin, but then I think the others, after maybe he picks up the first thought and reply to that, maybe you can also present your views. He said, Martin, thanks for the most engaging presentation. Really touch all of us. One question for you: do you fear that the need to recover from the pandemic hit would lead aviation to work more often in the 90+ miles per hour zone? How do you see this pressure? And I think also, how do you see it from your view, Carol and Dai as well? So let's see here from Martin.
I think actually any safety critical industry, and in fact any industry you can look at, and there are plenty of examples that we've seen over the years around the world where organizational drift occurs. And yeah, I mean, any time that there is economic difficulty or economic uncertainty and economic pressure, that's always possible. I actually think we are, I hate to use the word luck because it implies that, this is a chance thing. It isn't. over the years, we've learnt very carefully from accidents and incidents. We've learnt about the system and about regulation and processes and things like that. And I think it puts us in a very, very strong place, is my personal opinion on that. Particularly when you compare it to something like healthcare. But I think we should always be on our guard. I think that's really important. And I think that just having that connection, that constant connection, that kind of check-in, as has already been mentioned, between the leaders and the people doing the work is really important. And actually, just to go back slightly to the previous question, it's interesting because my perspective is I actually see what I see in aviation is that we don't talk about leadership much, but we do it. In healthcare, I see a lot of talk about leadership, but it's often not done. And I'm not saying that we should never ever be complacent, but I think for me, I think I think that kind of drive to just listen to the front line all the time is a very valuable way of helping us stay on the right side of this. And I should add, by the way, that when we come out of the pandemic, or however it fizzles out in one way or the other, I think that things will probably be different, but actually focusing on what we need to do each step of the way, whatever we do in our roles, whatever we do in our lives, is really important.
Can I tie these, because there's a nice question from Connor Nolan as well about application of knowledge. This is a really interesting area, because without knowledge, you are dead in the water. Effectively, you cannot function. I had the interesting experience, and I showed you the picture of my first love, the F4. Fantastic. When it came time to be a squadron commander, I got sent to the AWACS, Boeing 707 with a mushroom on the top, 4 CFM 56s for those that are interested, and a 17, 18-man crew. And I'd never flown a big airplane. I got no refresher training. I got no crossover training, because fast jet flying is slightly different in terms of outlook. I had a hard time understanding why, when I wanted to put the wheels down, I couldn't do it myself, even though the lever was right in front of me. I had to have somebody lean across the flight deck to do that for me. I found that difficult. But with the whole mission system behind, I had no hope of learning that and the aeroplane at the same time. And it was one of the best things that happened to me, was recognizing that I couldn't do that. And having to trust people, having to learn to trust people to do their jobs was really powerful. And I would tell them, look, you're the expert here. What do I need to know? You tell me what I need to know, and we'll live with it. We'll work on that basis. And that I found is something that works in a number of environments, that a little bit of humility, accepting that you don't have all the answers. Somebody on your team probably does, and they walk out 30 centimeters taller than when they walked in, when they know that they've given you the steer that's put you into the right bit of the sky. So it's back to leadership, it's back to training, but the knowledge thing, and the knowledge of how to lead, how to manage people, and give them that framework within which they can operate. I think we need to train, pure and simple.
Yes, Carol, thank you.
I think for me, it's about the kind of the tension of the possibility in the linkage, as you say, Di, knowing that you can rely on the other person, that kind of sense of not just me, but we, and the kind of integration of those complex systems, and the coherence, which is not the same as cohesion, because cohesion starts to move towards rigidity. And what we want in that kind of flow and the integration, person to person, is a stability. Because once we start to move rigidity, we move in too far away from chaos. So we need to be flexible and adaptive together, coherent, but to use the energy from each other in that flow of not just energy, but information, so that we're connecting nervous system to nervous system and mind to mind. We're opening the data that's available to deal with the problem.
I think we just have a couple of minutes left. I think maybe 1 minute each. If you want to have a reflection for the people that they feel low, we think when we think the pandemic is out, we are hit by another wave and another wave and another wave. And all three of you are remarkable examples of personal resilience. So what would you tell to these people? Because Dai, you have been, in many, theaters of wars, and I guess the situation went worse to worse to worse before it get better. Same for you, Martin, with your personal experience. I think you, Carol, you see many people coming with these stories. What can we tell them?
Two heads are better than one. We always work better in teams. Although interestingly, and you might know Carol Forbes, Craig, does a lot of work on trauma counselling. She described, or she said, aviation claims to work in teams, but they're not teams as she would recognise them, and that's something we could maybe think about as well, working more as teams, and because teams are more resilient than a collection of individuals. End of story.
Yeah, it's that commonality, and I think for me, that's very much, I wish I knew then what I know now. And the World Health Organization talks about resilience as a modifiable characteristic. It's strength gained in the relational process. And I think what we need to hang on to around COVID as wave after wave hits is that we are all in this together. And if we take up that attitude of it's not my problem, someone else will sort it, and we don't hang on to that and access that resource of each other, then we're actually going to withdraw and avoid, and we're not going to be very resilient at all.
I think for me, I think there's a couple of things. I think the first thing, and we hear it a lot, is change what you can and what you can't change, accept. I think that's particularly important, especially because social media particularly presents us with many things that annoy us, but we can't change them. So I think that's very important. But I think the second thing that I've learned from working not just with healthcare, but with other industries as well, is that actually in aviation, in my experience, we're a lot more aware of things like mental health than I've seen elsewhere. And certainly where I work, it's perfectly acceptable to have conversations about mental health. It's perfectly normal. And I know a number of colleagues who've admitted to me, yes, I've been getting help or whatever, been getting support, and we chat about it. And I think in aviation, I think we have this shared world where internationally we work well together. And I think that also means that it brings us closer together. And I just think keeping that kind of sense of team, that sense of belonging, and that being open to sharing things and listening to things, as Carol said, connecting, is something we should be proud of and we should use.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, all of you. A massive thank you from all of us in the audience. You touch very important points because it's about individual resilience, and that concerns all of us. I mean, it's good to hear technology and organizational, but it all comes home to all of us, to ourselves and our families. I know you'll be available, and I thank you to rest available for the final panel of the day. So be prepared. We'll fire some more questions as you. A big thanks at this time. Thank you very much. And that will wrap up this first morning session on individual resilience. We move into a coffee break, a real one for us here in Brussels, a virtual one and a real one at your houses. So stay tuned, and we'll come back under the moderation of Shane with the lessons learned from the COVID crisis. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in half an hour at 11:30 Central European Time. Thank you.
We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, ENAV, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies, and are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality. We live in a world improved by technological innovation that advances the efficiency, safety, and convenience of everything we do. Computers have never been faster. Our power grid has never been smarter. Our automobiles have never been safer. But did you know that until recently, 70% of our skies had no air traffic surveillance? Before Aerion, the world still used technology developed during World War II to control aircraft, which left key gaps in efficiency and safety of global air travel. It was time for an upgrade. In 2019, Aerion deployed the first ever global air traffic surveillance system for the aviation industry. Working with leaders in aviation like NAV Canada, Iridium Communications, ENAV, NATS, IAA, and Naviair, Aerion launched a global air traffic surveillance system on the Iridium Next constellation of 66 satellites. This constellation now provides 100% ADS-B coverage without the need for additional avionics. With the Iridium constellation, air traffic controllers, pilots, airlines, and ANSPs are empowered with continuous surveillance and have the ability to see all ADS-B equipped air traffic, enabling new ways to optimize efficiency. With this new global real-time air traffic surveillance system, controllers know exactly where their aircraft are at all times, leading to more efficient flight routing, increased safety, a decrease in fuel consumption, and significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. With Aerion, air traffic surveillance makes the biggest technological leap since the introduction of radar. In partnership with our investors and customers, Aerion's revolutionary technology has changed the reality of air traffic control around the globe. We're driven by the promise of innovation, efficiency, and safety in the skies. And are proud to ensure 100% coverage of aircraft over both land and ocean, with all the benefits that come along with it. Aerion space-based ADS-B, making global air traffic surveillance a powerful reality.
So welcome back, everyone, and it's nice to move into this next panel. I think there's a lot of questions about what happened during the pandemic, lessons we've learned from that, and key takeaways, and how we move it forward. And so the pandemic has had unprecedented impact on the aviation community, exposing vulnerabilities and areas for improvement in the way ATM deals with unexpected events. This session brings together thought leaders from ATM to discuss some of the most important lessons learned as a result of prolonged, my notes again, downturn in traffic, as well as initiatives to restart and recover the industry. I'm honored to introduce our first speaker, who is the Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, Mr. Han Kok Wan, who is responsible for the development of the Singapore Air Hub. Prior to this, he was the Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Transport from 2019 to 2021, and the Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Law between 2015 and 2019. He also held appointments in various Singapore government agencies, including the Ministry of National Development, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Health, the Tanjong Pagar, I hope I got that right, Community Development Council, and the Public Service Division. Kok Wan holds a Bachelor of Arts in Politics, Philosophy, and Economics from the University of Oxford, and a Master in Public Administration from Peking University. Additionally, he is a member of the CANSO Executive Committee and the chair of the Asia Pacific CEO Committee. Mr. Kok Wan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning to friends and colleagues in Brussels, and good day to all who are dialing in from the other parts of the world. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be able to join all of you at today's Global Resilience Summit. And the organization of this summit is most timely as we come close to the end of the second year of COVID-19 and poise ourselves for recovery. So what have we learned from COVID-19, which is the subject matter of this panel? Well, first, that the international aviation system is a highly fragile one. And second, that the aviation system that we rebuilt post-COVID has to be a lot more resilient. I will share my thoughts in three parts for the next 10 minutes. In the first part, I would share Singapore's own experience with regard to COVID-19, what we have done to respond to it, and the various measures that we have taken to prepare ourselves for recovery. And I think that set the context for my own observations and comments, which is very much a function of our own national circumstances, experiences, and approach, which may differ from what you would have observed depending on where you come from. In the second part of my sharing, I would share my thoughts on the four key vulnerabilities that COVID-19 has exposed. And in the third part of my sharing, I would share my thoughts on the four things that we can try to do to build resilience, even as we recover from COVID-19. So going into the first part, where I share about Singapore's experience. For friends and colleagues who are not familiar, I come from the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. I'm the Director General. The Civil Aviation Authority, as the name suggests, we are the authority for civil aviation, and the Singapore Changi Airport, pre-COVID, is one of the busiest airport of the world. And we spend much time and effort building up the Singapore Air Hub. Concurrently, we are also the air navigation service provider for the Singapore Flight Information Region. And pre-COVID, it is one of also the busiest and more complex airspace that we have in the world. Organizationally, I have about 1,400 staff and officers within the organization. of which the 800 provides air navigation services. So like many other countries around the world, in about 2 years ago, COVID-19 struck, and in March, about 2 years ago, March 2 years ago, Singapore, like the rest of the world, we shut down our borders to the rest of the world as COVID-19 was raging across. And for Singapore, it was a highly unprecedented move because we are a small open economy which relies on our connectivity to the rest of the world for our survival and prosperity and development as a nation. You know, our trade is 4 times our GDP. And we serve as an international business hub and an international aviation hub for the region. To shut our borders entirely was a highly unprecedented move, but it was something that we had to do to protect public health and to safeguard against the COVID-19 pandemic. But we always know, as a small open economy, that we need to reconnect with the rest of the world. So the problem definition that occupies our minds for the last 2 years has always been, how do we reopen and how do we revive air travel in a safe manner? That was the problem definition that occupies our mind, behind which organizations like myself and other government agencies apply our time and resources to. So what do we do? The first thing that we have come to realize about COVID-19 is that we have to get our own house in order. By that I mean that we have to get COVID-19 under control in our own country. And that is built on a proper understanding of the COVID-19 disease, beefing up our hospital and testing resources, developing strategies for testing, detection, containment, and then subsequently vaccination. And indeed, with those measures in place over many months, we managed to get the COVID-19 situation under control, which then gives us greater confidence to reopen our borders. On the reopening of borders, my observation is that countries around the world has taken different approaches, balancing life and livelihood. In Singapore, for us, both life and livelihood is important, and we strive to reopen our borders in a safe fashion. In doing so, we adopt an evidence-based, risk-managed approach, whereby we open up to countries that have likewise kept their COVID-19 situation under control. And we also started launching what we call a vaccinated travel lane for vaccinated travelers to come into Singapore quarantine-free. And indeed, the experience has been very positive. Of all the travelers that we have welcomed into Singapore, the number of imported cases is very low. So our experience thus far is that for every 1,000 travelers that we brought in, there is only 1 COVID-19 positive case. So 1 per 1,000. And we know that that would not overwhelm our hospital capacity and system, and that gives us the confidence and the assurance to reopen even more and to get the political support that we require for opening. Internally within the organization, we have paid attention to the aviation sector. We know that recovery will take some time and the road will be a long and bumpy one. So financial support were given to aviation companies within the country to help them retain the workers. And then within the CAS, we have also given priority to protecting aviation workers, including our air navigation service providers and air traffic controllers. They were the first in the country to be vaccinated, and we achieved a high vaccination rate of over 90% early this year. Yeah, so when the country mounted a vaccination program, they were the first to go, and we managed on a voluntary basis to achieve a 90%, over 90% vaccination rate. And that gave us the confidence that our workers are protected and for us to be able to continue to deliver our services. And there were various measures that we put in place to ensure that we can continue to deliver our air navigation services in a safe fashion. Yeah, so I think that provides a quick overview of Singapore's experience with COVID-19 and the various measures that we have put in place to try to tide over this crisis. Let me move on now to the second part of my sharing, which is my observations about the 4 vulnerabilities which COVID-19 has exposed. First, the impetus for unilateral action. Second, the imperative for multilateral coordination and cooperation. Third, the interdependence across functional areas. And fourth, the inflexibility of air navigation service provision. Let me cover each one in turn. First, the impetus for unilateral action. I think what I personally found quite disappointing after many decades of the bilateral and multilateral cooperation is that when COVID-19 struck, there was huge impetus almost across all countries to take unilateral action to protect our respective populations. So countries quickly shut their borders. And even though we have seen some reopening in the last few months, when the new Omicron variant came about, again, we quickly saw how each country very quickly imposed additional measures to try to keep up the virus. Great impetus for unilateral action. Beyond the borders front, when we talk about rules and regulations with regard to travel, when we talk about even something basic like vaccination and vaccination certificates, you see a huge amount of differences in rules and regulations across multiple jurisdictions, which adds to confusion and cost for travelers and business. Clearly not desirable, but perfectly understandable because the political impetus for the respective governments in a crisis situation like this is to act first and to do what is necessary to protect the population. And I think that that is one thing that the COVID-19 pandemic and crisis has made apparent, the huge impetus for unilateral action across the world. And that is one key vulnerability that the COVID-19 crisis has exposed. The second vulnerability, which is the converse, which is the imperative for multilateral coordination. Well, as the Omicron variant demonstrates, none of us can get out of this crisis or vaccinate ourselves out of this crisis alone. That we can only recover if we recover all together. There needs to be better ideas, structures, and platforms to bring governments around the world together to strengthen the global commons, to work on fundamental building blocks that we need to work on to be able to get out of this crisis. So that's the second thing that I think the COVID-19 has exposed, really the imperative of the global commons and the need for multilateral cooperation for us to be able to solve global problems like a pandemic. Third, interdependence across functional areas. I think as many of us in the civil aviation system recognized, first of all, us as an air navigation service provider, we are very downstream in the value chain. And there is actually very little that we can do to revive air travel. Even for civil aviation authority that are responsible perhaps for restarting air travel, many of us, if I were to be honest about it, feel quite helpless. Because the real decision-making powers often lies with the public health authorities, because this is a public health crisis and the public health problems have to be resolved. It is a situation whereby each of the functional areas cannot work just by ourselves, and we need to work as a whole. So that is the third vulnerability, which I thought the COVID-19 crisis has exposed, the need for interdependence across functional areas. And then finally, the last vulnerability, the fourth one, is the inflexibility of air navigation service provision. I think the nature of air navigation service provision is such that first, we need to ensure continuity of service, even when volume is low. Second, the tools and assets that we have to provide the service, there is a very high fixed cost. And they are not exactly very modular or scalable. Involve huge investments in terms of assets and tools. The manpower, our air traffic controllers take years to train up. It is not a case, unlike many other parts of the economy, whereby you can let the workers go when the load is down and you bring your workers back when business comes back. It is a situation where even though the traffic is down, we have to hold on to our assets and we have to hold on to our workers to ensure continuity of service. But linked to that is a problem that I think many of us confront, which is the financial burden and the structure with which we financed our operations. Even as we keep operations going and workers employed and machines warm in the last 2 years, we have not been able to recover the fees that we need to sustain our operations. And how do we actually structurally cover this financial problem is something that we would have to grapple with as a sector in the months and years ahead. Yeah, so these are my thoughts on the 4 vulnerabilities that the COVID-19 crisis has exposed. First, the great impetus for unilateral action. Second, the imperative for multilateral coordination. Third, interdependence across functional areas. And then fourth, the inflexibility of air navigation service provision. Then I move on to the third part of my sharing, which is some of my prelim thoughts on what we can do to try to build resilience in the system that we rebuild as we recover from this crisis. First, as we go through 2 years of COVID, what is important is for us to be able to identify and know what is core to our business and to be able to protect it. And one key part of what is core must be the manpower, which is the people that we have, whether they are air traffic controllers, engineers, the whole value chain of personnel that enables us to continue to provide reliable, safe, and efficient air navigation services, to be able to protect them. And to be able to take various measures to do so, which includes, first of all, the public health aspect. I spoke just now about vaccinating them. And now also looking after the mental health of our workers, because we have been through this crisis for the last 2 years, the huge stress and psychological burden on our workers, not something that we take for granted, something that we have to look after. So the first part about resilience is about knowing within the organization what is core and doing everything that we can to protect that which is core and to preserve it so that when recovery comes, that is the bedrock of the business. The second part is to really be agile, be adaptable, and be flexible in the way we run our operations, which is what we have done, as many air navigation service providers have done. For example, we have as traffic volume came down, we re-examined our work processes and consolidated certain workstations because you don't need as many workstations to cover the airspace that need to provide service to. We also set up the Team A, Team B. We set up reserve watches to provide resilience in the system. But still, like I mentioned just now, because of the rigidity of our current service provision, it is something that we have to work on to see how we can further modularize and inject agility and flexibility in the way that we provide and scale our services. The third part is the need, especially for leadership and management, to pay attention to both the short as well as the long term. When you have a crisis at your doors and you're financially strapped and the demands are tremendous, there's very strong temptation for leadership and management to focus on the short-term immediate problems and to tide over the crisis. And rightly so and understandably so, because the pressures are tremendous. But at the same time, it is important that we have to cast our eyes further afield and to focus on the long term, because there are investments that we need to continue to make so that when the air traffic recovers, we can emerge stronger. What are some of these long-term priorities that we need to continue to pay attention to? One of which is continued investment in technology and innovation. New concept of ops, in the case of Singapore, open architecture, the use of AI, information fusion, better air traffic weather integration, new concept of ops, new technology that will enhance our capability and productivity to provide even better services when traffic recovers. So management needs to continue to pay attention to this. But it is more easily said than done because there's an issue of bandwidth. There's also an issue of financial resources. But nonetheless, it is something that we should try. The other longer term area that we should pay attention to and need to do so is sustainability. I think as we are all aware, sustainable aviation is high up on the agenda. It is something that for us in the air navigation service provision that we already do and work on. Many of the projects that we work on with regard to routing would contribute to significant reductions in carbon emissions. But we can actually better apply our thoughts to how, as a sector, we can contribute to sustainability. So that is the third thing that I thought we can do to build resilience, paying attention to short and long term. Then my final point, final thing that we can do to build resilience is to continue to pursue partnership and collaboration. I think it's not easy, as the COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated, but it is something that we must continue to do. I think what I found encouraging in the last 2 years is how many of us have banded together to exchange notes, to share best practices, and through the organization of a summit like this, where we lean on each other for support, to better understand the situation, better understand the trade-offs, and to support each other in the hard decisions that we have to make in the months and years ahead. Yeah, so with that, I conclude my sharing and I look forward to hearing from others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kok Wan. There were some wonderful takeaways from that discussion, and I'm really excited about getting into the question and answer aspect of it. So I'll hold my questions until that point. And I encourage anybody on in the remote side to use the question and answer feature into Zoom, and here in the room to use the Send Steps application. So you can go ahead and start posing your questions. So very, very well done. Thank you very much. All right, so I'll move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is the Director of Programs for CANSO, Ms. Michelle Bishop. She's a senior manager leading policy advocacy. Michelle is responsible for over 20 international work groups, striving to advance best practice identification and adoption across the ANSP global community and coordinating with other aviation stakeholders to advance ATM. Previously, she was the Director of Government and Public Affairs with NAV Canada. Michelle holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Acadia University and a Master in Political Science from the University of Carleton. And with that, Michelle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shane. Delighted to join you all from Canada today. Wishing I was there with you in Belgium, but really excited to be here. It has been an extraordinarily valuable summit thus far, and lots of lessons learned have been discussed across the different panels. My appreciation goes out to all of the speakers for the wisdom and the perspective and the time that they've shared. Determining the lessons learned from as complex an event as this has been will require a lot of different perspectives. Next slide, please. One of the reasons it's difficult to be asked to recap lessons learned is in part because this is a crisis that isn't over. The test, as they say, as the quote on the slide says, is still ongoing, and there will be more lessons learned before it's over. So I'm not going to suggest that these are the lessons, but pleased to be here to explore a few of them. Next slide. If there is one single lesson that has been absolutely clear across the past couple days, it is that this crisis must expand our definition of resilience. Historically, we've always talked about resilience in this industry, but when we did, we primarily focused on service continuity, technology backups, redundancies. We measured in detail how long it took to recover traffic back to normal operations following severe weather events. Now, we've always had rises and falls in traffic in the past. Socioeconomic factors, political conflicts, even public health crises in the past have had negative impacts on traffic. The ATM industry has managed to get through those events with a variety of measures. We've assumed debt where we had them. We've drawn down rainy day funds. We've slowed or stopped training, deferred investments, and frankly, we've increased service charges. But by and large, we've been able to hunker down, weather the storm, confident in the knowledge that growth would return. But a severe traffic downturn in the past was in the range of 7 to 12% decline in traffic. And we've always had full recovery inside of 18 months. The onset of symptoms from the first cluster of what we now call COVID was 2 years ago this week. And international passenger travel is still down 65% on 2019. Individual organizations will decide whether this is a black swan event or whether it highlights some fundamental fragility of our globalized world and is something that we need to assume will occur with more regularity. Assuming it's the latter gets us to that importance of scalability. And that must be the lesson we take from our expanded definition of resilience. It is clear that a system that is more scalable, both on the upside of growth as well as the downside, is now critical to our resiliency. And that has implications for how we organize ourselves in the future. As yesterday's sessions demonstrated, it's worth noting that some of the technologies that we look to today to enhance our old definition of resiliency have potential applications to enhance our newly expanded one. If we look at them from a new perspective, automation, virtual centers, remote towers, digitalization, managed services will all have roles going forward. Next slide. I know this one sounds obvious. People matter. Of course they matter. We've talked about it numerous times over the past couple of days. For all that we are a high-tech industry, we continue to deliver our essential services through people. We recognize that the investments we make and the attention we give to the health and well-being of our people and their skills pay dividends for us. But it's worth highlighting that this was an event that was different in the ways that are impacted our people than the majority of events we've seen in the past. This was an event that was deeply personal and affected people more broadly. When it was clear in the first quarter of 2020 that COVID was going to be a pandemic with global reach, the first action that we saw from CANSO members was to take measures to protect the people who deliver the service. ANSPs implemented sanitation practices and social distancing in the operational facilities. They kept out unnecessary visitors, sequestered staff into teams to reduce the risk of infection spread, both in order to protect the staff and to ensure service continuity. And as the months dragged on, attention turned to ways to ensure support for mental health and ensure skills maintenance after lengthy periods of unprecedented low traffic levels. Non-operational staff who could worked from home, and new ways of working were necessary to adjust. Our work became both less personal and more personal at the same time, as we interacted on Zoom in a way that invited people into our own homes, where they sometimes saw our kids or heard our dogs barking. And all of this had really complex impacts on our people. At various points in time, it made them fearful for their health, their industry, their jobs, their colleagues' jobs, their family, whether it was elderly parents in nursing homes or simply the socialization of their kids or their kids' education who were schooling from home. It changed work-life balance in really complex ways. It was nice to be able to go throw in a load of laundry in between meetings, but in other ways, we now live at home and burnout became a real risk. We have reason to be proud of the resilience our people showed and the open sharing of experiences and best practices demonstrated by our organizations. We kept the skies open. We kept the skies safe during a really uncertain time when our own people were as personally affected by the pandemic as the public they serve. Going forward, it's clear that we must continue to support the health and well-being of our people, and there are practical lessons for how we do that, as well as how we manage, recruit, retain, and support the development and retention of skills and our personal resilience. We have strong learning cultures. The training involved in being an air traffic controller ensures that we, in effect, self-select for that. There was one quote yesterday from Kath Bishop that I loved, no relation, Kath and I, when she said, being world-class at improving gives you the best chance at winning. It is clear that the learning culture that we already have can be leveraged in service of our resilience. But the other critical people aspect that I would be remiss not to talk about that hasn't been given as much attention is the end user of our industry services, the consumer. And it is clear that they will drive the recovery and their resilience matters. They continue to desire travel, and their willingness to come back on board the aircraft are essential to the whole ecosystem. While initial concerns that the public may have had over infection risk from sitting elbow to elbow on board aircraft have been appeased by science, confusing rules, expensive testing, inflexible quarantine requirements, and the uncertainty and ever-changing nature of it all are continuing to dampen the recovery. Therefore, our continued partnership with others in the industry to advocate loudly for clear rules, mutual recognition of credentials, and other reasonable and implementable ways to make the travel experience better are not wasted efforts. They are absolutely critical. Next slide. There have been a lot of success stories about how our industry has collaborated, how states have worked together to put in place safe travel corridors or have agreed on mutual recognition of health credentials. But let's face it, coordination is hard and it has showed. It was greatly complicated by the fast-moving nature of the pandemic and the evolving science and the epidemiological situation. Time and time again, travel restrictions have been announced with short notice. Stories have emerged of travelers being stranded or slapped with testing or quarantine requirements that they hadn't expected. Airlines have added capacity to the system only to withdraw it again as travel dates get closer, making it difficult for the rest of the ecosystem to plan. At one point in the past year, the chances of your international flight booked 2 weeks out being canceled before your departure date was 1 in 5. The WHO can repeatedly advise against blanket travel bans, and they can call for evidence-based, coordinated, risk-based approaches, as they did again just last week. States can make declarations at international high-level meetings, which contain all of the nice words, but knee-jerk measures still abound. And in part, that's because it makes people look like they're doing something who can't do much. But we must recognize that it is also in part because of all of the public talk of listen to the science, public polling still demonstrates that there is a higher level of public support for travel restrictions than there is for mask mandates. Yes, there are people who are negatively impacted by travel restrictions, but we have an inherent PR problem when only 5 to 10% of the world's population flies in any given year. Within aviation, we've always coordinated in a way that is at the same time both art and science. The system doesn't work unless we do. During the pandemic, that was on display despite our difficulties. Airlines rallied to provide repatriation flights, to shift passenger capacity to cargo. ANSPs collaborated to improve traffic flows, to provide more efficient routings that was enabled by the low traffic, to share best practices and tools, as Quinn mentioned. Regulators issued new rules at pace as the situation evolved. Airports shifted touchless procedures and reconfigured their terminals to accommodate new screening requirements. And as recovery progressed, collaborative forums have kept us all updated on a daily basis as to what to expect. There have been difficulties, particularly due to the complexity of new passenger screening procedures, but overall capacity has been brought back in line with demand. But coordination is hard here too, and there have been deep cracks in it as the pandemic has shaken the foundations of all of our organizations. It will be critical that the industry's record for coordination holds as we move forward, whichever projection is right. Whether we end up at 2019 traffic levels in 2024 or 2027, we will emerge from this crisis collectively more indebted, with an infrastructure modernization deficit to address, and with the challenges of sustainability and growth still facing us. Coordination and consensus on prioritization will be critical. Next slide. The old saying back in my day of "we're all in the same boat" has nicely been altered in recent years by a different generation to the much more insightful "we're all in the same storm, but in different boats," in recognition of the fact that people's experiences can be vastly different. Some are weathering this storm in a yacht, others in a rowboat. And as we look to the lessons, it's important to remember that this was not the same experience for everyone. And in saying that, I'm not just referring to the fact that quarantine for a family of 6 at home in an inner city apartment homeschooling kids wasn't the same as quarantining experience of celebrities in mansions with pools. This has been a different pandemic in different parts of the world. The death toll, the waves, the political approach to lockdowns. Even now, some states have reached high levels of vaccination and are embarking on their 3rd doses, while others are struggling to get vaccines for even their essential health workers. From an aviation perspective, early assumptions that states would open up as infection rates fell proved wrong, as many made the choice to keep their borders closed for long periods of time. Regions with a strong domestic market or a regional market fared much better than those who were dependent on international travel. Even within the aviation industry, different components of the industry were affected in vastly different ways. While passenger travel was devastated, for a time, cargo operators became the busiest operators in the skies. Business aviation has seen a boom as a certain component of the market has shifted from business class to business jets. Business sales are up and business jet sales are up. And data coming out of the United States shows that business aviation flight hours in 2021 are already well above that in 2019. Looking at ATM, workload measured in global flights and flight hours is down only 15% from 2019, although that ranges from 40 to plus 10, depending on the specific region that specific country you're looking at. Some ANSPs will emerge from this laden in debt, while others have barely missed a step and have been made financially whole by their states. Both the experience and the strategies applied to manage through the crisis have varied, and we must be conscious of that as we make any broad generalizations about what the lessons were or who has been the most successful or the most resilient. Next slide. Before we move on, it's important that we not get so focused on the lessons that we've learned that we forget to also consider the lessons others have learned and how they may affect us. Now, I don't want to overstate the public's ability on the other side of this pandemic to forget and to go back to old ways. But it seems pretty clear that society will come out of this pandemic changed. We've learned new ways of working, and we've become really comfortable with new tools. And as a result, our worlds have both shrunk and grown. That point really resonates with me as I sit in my basement at 6 o'clock in the morning, speaking to hundreds of people around the globe. It's hard to imagine that business travel hasn't forever been changed. Before the pandemic, we were already seeing increased concern on the part of corporations regarding the environmental impact of employee travel. It seems likely now that a component of that activity that has pivoted successfully online stays online. The idea of telework continuing in some permanent form isn't as novel as it was before. In many regions, we've seen real estate values in the cities fall and seen it rise in the suburbs and small towns as people reconsider their commutes and move further afield. Flying a long haul flight to attend a 2-hour meeting just doesn't seem as useful as it did before. Social scientists will idly speculate on ways that society has been altered. Time will tell. But whether we're talking about the Great Resignation or pressures not just for a new normal, but for a recovery that's somehow more socially just, more inclusive, and more sustainable, the fact that we are somehow altered by this experience in ways that may still seem unclear is undeniable. Those societal changes will have implications for our industry, and they warrant a careful eye, whether that be increased attention on our environmental footprint and the credibility of our sustainability efforts, or a seismic shift to a more localized existence that changes our growth pattern assumptions. It's too early to tell. Next slide. And finally, as we talk in this forum about lessons learned, we must remember we have yet to see the end of this crisis. The recovery is fragile, and much of it is not within our control. States and public health authorities have worked to enhance early warning systems. Politically, no one wants to risk being accused of not acting fast enough. And it's evident that there's a willing to implement travel restrictions first and figure out the science as to whether there's a reason for concern later. Some are starting to suggest that continued mutations and rotating travel restrictions may be with us for some time. The next crisis may not be another 50 years or 20 years in the future. We are still, as we've been reminded in the past couple of weeks, one unfortunate mutation away from being back at our worst days. Therefore, the lesson for now seems to be that we must hope and plan for the best while continuing to prepare for the worst. We must plan to add back capacity to match traffic growth. We must look to the future needs of our skies, to ways to enhance the sustainability of aviation through efficient operations, as we all wait for that larger energy transition in our industry away from carbon. We must conquer the challenges of safe integration of new entrants to unlock the potential that they hold. And we must continue to prepare to manage the growth that we expect to come. But we must do so while staying conscious of the fact that this is not over, and there is an ongoing potential for additional downward shocks and a need to guard and enhance our resiliency. Thank you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Very insightful. And I also have some questions for you that I will hold until we get into the question and answer period. So outstanding job. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our final speaker for this session, who happens to join us here live. Before I introduce him, I would like to say this panel is really getting a viewpoint from all over the globe, from Asia to North America, and now we're moving into Europe. So the discussions should be very interesting. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Razvan Bukaroyu. I'm trying my best, but my pronunciation, I'm sorry. But he's the head of Airspace and Capacity Division at the EUROCONTROL's Network Manager Directorate. His responsibilities include dealing with the network strategy and network strategic projects, airspace design, capacity planning, procedures, ATC simulations, and planning tools, and operational performance. And he's been with EUROCONTROL since December of 2003. Prior to joining EUROCONTROL, Razvan worked for almost 8 years for IATA as the Deputy Director of Operations and Infrastructure Europe, being involved of all aspects related to ATM matters, airspace design, and navigation. He started his career in the Romanian Civil Aviation Authority, where he held several positions, including the position of Head of Air Traffic Services Division. In all of his positions, he's worked closely with all airspace user organizations, with IATA, with ICAO, with NATO, the European Commission, on all aspects related to operational planning, operational performance, and network strategy, etc. He has an aeronautical engineering and ATC background. He graduated with a degree in aeronautical science, air navigation at the Polytechnical University in Bucharest, Romania. And with that, Razvan, you have the floor, please.
Many thanks, Shane, for the very nice introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our colleagues and friends around the globe, and a particular salute to my co-panelists. I will bring to you a regional vision, an operational regional vision about the lessons learned from the COVID crisis and what we were doing here in Europe for almost 2 years, unfortunately now. Some years ago, a couple of years ago, there were some papers presented in top ICAO arrangements talking about creating a network of networks. And personally, I would have loved to see, under the very difficult conditions of COVID, to have this global network of networks, being able to quickly share at sub-regional or regional level, between regions in the world, all the information that we had concerning how the pandemic is progressing, how air traffic is progressing, and how air traffic services provision is progressing. It would have been marvelous. But probably this is one of the major lessons learned in how we should deal together with the crisis at global level. What we have done in Europe. First of all, for our area of responsibility as a network manager, we are covering 42 states, so it's half of the ICAO European region. And from the very beginning, since March 2020, we have initiated actions at all levels with all the operational stakeholders, starting from state level, continuing with the civil and military authorities, with the air navigation service providers, with the airports, with the airspace users, to make sure at any time that there is no discontinuity in the provision of air traffic services. So we have a European Aviation Crisis Coordination Cell in Europe that is part of the EUROCONTROL Network Manager functions and tasks. And through this EACCC that we have activated immediately after the start of the pandemics, we have started collecting information at state level concerning decisions that were being taken at state level with respect to air travel, with respect to sanitary measures, and how those were impacting the provision of air traffic services and the possibility for the general public to travel, because this was very important. But also what was very, very important in those particular conditions was for a minimum of air traffic to continue, to ensure connectivity within Europe and with the other regions in the world, to make sure that passengers could be repatriated, to make sure that cargo traffic was continuing, to make sure that all the sanitary goods that had to be delivered around the world in this emergency situation, that we had the means and the possibility to still make that go around the world. So this was the first step that we were taking. Then there was a little bit of confusion at the beginning about which kind of measures are being taken in each and every country. And there were all sorts of rumors going around. Flights will not be allowed, passengers will not be allowed, cargo will not be allowed. You know, the virus is sitting on the cargo boxes, so don't deliver cargo boxes because you'll get infected. All these kind of things were going around, and states were publishing in a sort of a uncoordinated manner all those restrictions through all means, and it was quite difficult actually to get exactly what was going on. So we had an agreement altogether that such restrictions, passenger requirements, flight requirements, crew requirements, because they were quite essential, should be published in the European context through NOTAMs. And immediately after the start of the pandemics, and this is still ongoing now, I've just sent the last NOTAM summary half an hour ago. Each and every day, we are publishing a NOTAM summary that summarizes all the NOTAMs in our area of responsibility that contain restrictions, requirements, and other information concerning the COVID crisis. I can tell you that we are scanning daily about 1,000 NOTAMs, that we are including in this NOTAM summary only the NOTAMs that have operational relevance. But at many times it proved that how useful was to have this consolidated information, because it provides for a clear picture of what is going on in our region, and that has been many times used by airlines to take further decisions concerning their schedules, or it has been used even at political levels to have a quick high-level summary of what is going on in Europe and which type of restrictions have been taken in various countries in our area of responsibility. We had an active support from our Network Manager Operations Center that continued operations uninterrupted, of course, by taking all the necessary sanitary measures to all airlines, airports, ANSPs, military authorities under those difficult conditions. And a large amount of our operational staff who was contributing to the production of everything that I will describe to you was present here in the Eurocontrol premises with full respect of the sanitary measures, continuously, uninterruptedly, since this started in March last year. We have started to build all the necessary resilience actions with the ANSPs, and I will come a little bit back to this one. And at the same time, you know, in Europe, we are quite sophisticated, quite complex, quite complicated, I would say. So we have a large number of airspace utilization restrictions that, of course, are there to facilitate a fluid flow of traffic and to maintain safety, while at the same time delivering appropriate capacity in the airspace. But a large number of those airspace restrictions became useless at times when you had only 4,000 flights, instead of having 30,000 flights, like it would have been the case during the late winter, early spring period. So we had agreed with our operational stakeholders to remove about 1/4, 25% of those airspace utilization restrictions, because they were not needed anymore. And we wanted to facilitate better trajectories, faster trajectories, greener trajectories for all airspace users who are continuing flying at this point in time. We have created an ad hoc coordination cell with the network directors of operations of ANSPs, airports, and airspace users that is meeting every Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock for almost 2 years now, and we are still continuing to do it. And this network directors of operations coordination cell is taking actions on a weekly basis to support the network recovery. And we are agreeing on actions together every Monday afternoon on what needs to be done for the next period. And then the meat of all this is consolidated in what we are calling the network operations plan, the rolling seasonal plan. All this started in mid-March 2020, and the first name of this was Business Recovery Plan. And I can tell you we were publishing several editions per day, at the beginning, because we wanted to know which was the level of the crisis in each and every country. Were air traffic control centers being impacted by the pandemics? Was there a sufficient number of air traffic controllers that could come at work because of the sanitary measures, but also because they might have been infected? And we were getting updates on several times per day, and we were just publishing constantly for about 1 month, several editions of this business continuity plan to make sure that business continuity was ensured at European level. Then from that, we moved into European Network Operations Plan recovery plan, supporting the recovery through the year 2020, as we started to have a little bit more flights during the summer 2020, especially from 1st of July, when the restrictions were a little bit relaxed in the European context. And afterwards, after summer 2020, we said, okay, we are in the recovery phase. Now we have a rolling seasonal plan that looks at all the aspects related to the provision of air traffic services and air traffic demand at ANSPs and airports, and which actions are required from a network point of view. We have now, when we have shared this presentation with the participants, there were 54 editions. We have now 56 editions, and this week, tomorrow, we will publish the 57th edition. Airport function in the Network Manager Operations Center to support airports that proved to be quite, to experience quite complicated experiences, especially because of the services that are being provided there. We are not talking just about air traffic management. We are talking about handling. We are talking about border control. We are talking about customs, about all sorts of services that themselves were impacted by the pandemics and that themselves have suffered from the economic downturn resulting from the pandemics. We had a top industry engagement, whether we talk about ANSPs, airlines, military, airports. We had a top industry engagement during this period, and I will explain you why. So the Network Operations Plan and this particular rolling seasonal NOP that you see here in the middle of the slide, I will spare you of all the other details because this is part of our other normal job, I would say. This rolling seasonal NOP is produced now on a weekly basis. So every Friday we produce a new version, and in each of these new version, we are including the most updated schedules from all airlines operating into the European airspace, and the most updated information concerning service provision at air traffic control centers and airports. How is this working? So, first of all, 6 weeks traffic and capacity outlook. Why we are limiting this only to 6 weeks? It is because, unfortunately, because of the current situation with the travel restrictions, it is very difficult for the airspace users to have a solid outlook of what would be their schedules beyond 6 weeks. This is built on our experience. Right now, the average booking period for a passenger is about 2 to 3 weeks. Under normal conditions, it is beyond 3 months. So unfortunately, it is very difficult for the airlines to know precisely which kind of demand they will have beyond 6 weeks. So we have seen from the schedules that we were receiving that going beyond 6 weeks would not have made any sense because we would have had to make a lot of speculations on what was going to happen beyond these 6 weeks. At the same time, we were receiving from airports and from ANSPs all the details. We have set a political target that we have to have a close to zero delay in the network, and this is what we managed to achieve both in 2020 and in 2021, and to provide greener trajectories. And to be honest, the improvements that have been made during this period are there to stay. And I think this is a very, very important message, not to go back to the old demons. So how have we worked this? And what is important, and this is why I was mentioning this network of networks at the beginning, this regional perspective. Each region in the world must have processes, tools, data, means of collecting information that work and that are well tested and that can be easily adapted afterwards to whichever type of situation or crisis or whatever. So what are we doing? Friday every week, we have to receive from all ANSPs, which is their detailed sectorization and opening schemes of sectors for the next 6 weeks. And I can tell you, it was never ever the case that we had to go back and remind to an ANSP to send us this information. It was always coming around the clock. Every Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we are looking at the last schedules updates received from the airlines. We are assessing them from 3 different sources. We are assessing the credibility of those sources, and we make a judgment on which is the most credible source. Then we start putting all this together. We consolidate the traffic picture. We look statistically at business aviation, general aviation, military aviation, etc., users from which we cannot have a schedule in advance, and we built into the traffic outlook statistically through a lot of aviation intelligence that has been built during this period. We are building statistically this traffic outlook, and at the latest by Wednesday, in most of the cases Tuesday, it is published Tuesday afternoon, we are sending to all the operational stakeholders, to all the airports, to all the NSPs in Europe, which is the traffic demand outlook based on this consolidation of the schedules from the airlines for the next 6 weeks, so that they know precisely at sector level for each day of the next 42 days and for each hour of these 42 days, which would be the demand in their sectors. Then we compare the sector opening schemes with the traffic demand to see if this matches at airports and at air traffic control centers. We make this assessment, and then we highlight in the network operations plan at the end of the week which might be the areas that might have a little bit of a problem. So we are monitoring in detail 130 airlines in Europe, in detail. We look through their schedules in detail for the next 42 weeks. We are receiving them electronically from the airlines. We have improved our algorithms and processes to process these schedules. We have full documentation on how this can be used, and several people have been trained in this context so that we can have, in case of contingency, somebody not being present, somebody being sick, we can take over, somebody else can take over at any point. And we keep also a news bulletin from the industry, from wherever, from whichever news we might get, from Facebook, from wherever. We have a document that now is grouped per airline, and with the latest information coming from the press, from the media, for each and every airline, that we can then afterwards factor into our assumptions for the schedules. In total, we have 320 airlines from which we are monitoring this, from which we are receiving this information, but 130 airlines represent more or less 80% of the scheduled traffic. All the others have 10, 20 flights per day, so there is no point to lose too much time to monitor in detail the remaining 200 airlines. And then we have all sorts of other specificities, the Norwegian traffic, the helicopters, IFR traffic, etc., etc., etc. We have 3 sources of data. We are receiving data from Innovata. We receive the SSIM files from the airlines that are the commercial schedules of the airlines. And we have from the European Airport Slot Coordinators the slot data. If the 3 sources are aligned, this is our hope each and every week. Because if the 3 sources are aligned, there is nothing to be done. We just take the data, we process it. Unfortunately, this is not at all the case. Because we might have diverging information, for instance, between the Innovata data and the slot updates, which is the most credible one. And we know now from experience which is the most credible one, and then we choose whichever of the 2. We might have differences between the SSIM and the slot updates, or we might have differences between the SSIM and the Innovata data. So anyhow, we make a decision on each and every airline, and by Monday afternoon, we meet. All this scrutinizing the 130 airlines happens on Monday morning. During the weekend, we have consolidated the data. On Monday afternoon, we make the final decisions. But until this point in time, we have just the city pairs. We have the flight between London and Istanbul. But after this moment in time, after we say, okay, those are the city pairs that are going to be operated based on these time schedules, we are assigning those flights on the airspace network, because we need to indicate to the air navigation service providers which is the demand that they expect in their own airspace. And the assignment is based on the latest routes that have been flight planned by the airspace users themselves. So then after we do that, for 92% of the flights we find the route. What was another interesting specificity during this period is that we were missing city pairs. It was a moment in time when we were missing almost 40% of the city pairs didn't exist anymore, because the flights were not there anymore, as simple as that. So when the flights were restarting, we couldn't find in the recent weeks or months a route flown for that particular city pair, because the city pair did not exist anymore. And we had to go longer in the past, but check again against the latest airspace situation, because airspace changes are happening every ARAC cycle, to make sure that we can find the route to inject this traffic. So then we were doing, for this 8% remaining of the flights, a shortest available route assignment. Then the final traffic outlook, Tuesday afternoon, with detailed demand for each and every air traffic control center in Europe, provided either through Excel files or through the demand data repository supported by our NEST tool that all the NSPs, airports, airspace users have. And we are using exactly the same tools, data, information. We are sharing exactly the same thing, so that they can look into this NEST file and see exactly which is their own particular situation. Then after we finished the traffic, we are starting looking to see if there is any problem in any sector in Europe. And again, this is generated automatically. If we just see green in front of us on this big table, absolutely no problem. It's perfect. There is the capacity delivered matches the demand, absolutely no problem. And this we do for each day of the 6 weeks, so 42 days, for 90 air traffic control centers, 90. So you can imagine the amount of work that is required to make sure that we are assessing absolutely everything in the network. If everything is green, is fine. We don't need to raise any particular concern, but we might have situations where there is a slight overload. And then if we see colors like yellow, dark yellow, orange, or red in this table, we start looking into the details to see whether, because there we need an operational interpretation, whether it is really a problem or not. And then we go through all these details, we discuss with the NSPs concerned to see if they are able to take actually this traffic. So we are looking into all those possibilities, very high differences between the traffic and the capacity being provided, etc. Discussing with the NSPs, looking at the opening schemes, trying to increase capacities or change the opening schemes or whatever. And at the end, we are publishing which is the situation and in which areas some problems might be expected. So, dear colleagues, what is important and these are our lessons learned, is first of all a strong and close cooperation from all partners in the network. What we had to live with was a terrible situation where you could not blame aviation, you could not blame the Directorate General of Civil Aviation or the NSP in the country, because the decisions on restrictions were not taken by them. They were taken at top governmental level. Sometimes they were taken at the last moment. I can tell you we had 2 major states in Europe this week, and we are not talking about, the starts of the pandemics. This week, they've changed in 4 days, 4 times their restrictions for some countries. Allowing or not allowing a certain country, requiring tests or not requiring tests, 24 hours or 48 hours in advance. Adding or removing states just like that. 2 major states in Europe have done that 4 consecutive days. And I can tell you, for us, when they publish NOTAMs in 16 parts, for us it's a pleasure to go through all this and see exactly which small detail they have changed. Because sometimes the change is only from 24 to 48 hours. But sometimes it is not acceptable that politically politically, such decisions are being taken in that way. Because two major states in Europe changing 4 times in 4 days the types of restrictions, it's quite difficult for the passengers, but also for the airlines to know how to meet those requirements. But nevertheless, with the strong cooperation that we had from the aviation stakeholders, we could manage all those things. And with this high level of commitment that we had from absolutely everybody. What is important in this network of networks is to have at regional level processes, support tool, data that are easily adaptable. We had 1 to 2 days to adapt all our data, processes and tools to cover this particular situation. And we managed to make it. A high level of anticipation and dynamicity, artificial intelligence, exploiting absolutely all the source of information, well-trained people, having all the contingency procedures, plans in place, following them strictly, following them absolutely strictly. And then measures agreed at regional level that helped us in having a regional perspective of that. Can you imagine if we would have had a piecemeal of 42 states, different ways of doing things? 42 ANSPs requesting 320 airlines to send them information. In which mess we would have been? How difficult it would have been for the airlines to send information to all these people? How would have been all this information be put together to provide a complete picture on how traffic is developing in the airspace and at the airports? But of course, what we have learned is that not always all the NSPs have attended all these discussions, especially for the end of teleconferences. Not always the measures that we are suggesting have been immediately implemented. We had to insist a little bit. Probably we are exaggerating. We are perfectionists here, to be honest. But we want this to go even better. The level of participation needs to increase a little bit because we need clearly accountable people to take important decisions under those important times. Limited reactions from some operational stakeholders, and of course, like always, we would call for more airline participation. But I'm calling again on the importance of having regional coordination under those circumstances, and to have the possibility to coordinate between regions in the world would have made our life much easier. Dear colleagues, Shane, Tony, many thanks for the opportunity to speak in this conference.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Razvan. That was very enlightening. And as we move into the question section, many things come to mind. We have a lot of questions that have popped up in our Q&A function. And if we don't get to all of them, we will actually have the rapid fire where we'll be able to do that. And I'm just waiting for all the cameras to come on board. So Kak-Wan, I want to start with you because as I understand it, prior to the pandemic, Asia Pacific was the fastest growing region when we talk about air travel, right? And I'm guessing that there was a lot of thought given to being able to handle that capacity increase over time because it was, projected to go pretty high, and investments from the ANSP side in meeting the technologies to deal with that capacity increase. As the pandemic has come and we've had the pressure on the financial that you touched on, how have you had to reassess those plans? Because I would guess at some point the demand or the growth in Asia is going to pick back up and probably get back to the level it was on pace to grow prior to this. So I know it's a complicated, and I'm not sure if I phrased the question in the best way, but I'm just wondering how you're dealing with that from an ANSP level on how do you meet that point in time when it comes. Over.
Oh, thank you very much. That's the wonderful question. Let me answer the question in 4 parts. The first part, like you rightly pointed out, that pre-pandemic, the Asia-Pacific region is a region of great growth. When we look forward next 10, 20 years, the the outlook is very optimistic and bullish, undergirded by rising income within the Asia-Pacific region and people wanting to travel. You have, let's say, if you assume that everybody just travel once, in 10 years' time, everybody travel twice, you see a doubling of air traffic. You see massive investments in airports. So many mega airports were built. There were plans for many more mega airports. You see huge investments that ANSPs are making to try to meet demand. I remember pre-COVID, we were talking about the doubling of volume. We were talking about huge shortage of ATCOs, which we will not be able to meet for the next 10, 20 years. So I think that's the first point. Very, very bullish outlook pre-pandemic. Second, when the pandemic struck, I would say that compared to the rest of the world, Asia Pacific has taken a far more conservative approach towards the pandemic compared to the Americans and the Europeans. If you look at borders reopening, I think Europe has started to open, US has started to open, Asia Pacific, uneven, patchy, and will take far longer. Well, it's a function of the priorities and values, a function of capacity and capabilities. But I do think when recovery comes, it will be very uneven and patchy around the world. In fact, the world will become a bit bifurcated, and recovery for Asia Pacific will be slower than the other regions of the world. That's my second point. My third point is, that is really for the short term, but I remain optimistic about the Asia Pacific region for the medium term and the long term. I do think that post-pandemic, undergirded by continued income and economic growth in the Asia Pacific, anchored by the rising middle class and this human instinct and desire to travel and to connect. Now, of course, you have talks about everybody doing Zoom, and yeah, but I do think that fundamentally human beings have a desire to connect. Human beings have a desire to want to explore and see the world. And I think that's really very much alive in the Asia Pacific amongst our youths. And I think that that's what's going to undergird growth in the Asia Pacific region. And I remain optimistic. My final point is, and that is why, while there are short-term financial burden and stresses, we each need to find ways to gather resources to plan for the longer term. Yeah, but in making our investment, we would have to phase it, modularize it, and stage it. Yeah, so I give you an example. In Singapore, we were planning our 5th terminal, mega airport, mega terminal. We are deferring our plans by about 5 years. We are also modularizing it. Originally, we were thinking of building the head house and satellite buildings all at one go, because from a life cycle basis, it makes a lot more sense. But we are now reviewing the design to see how we can modularize it, and also at the same time to incorporate considerations that we would have to be resilient against the next pandemic. Yeah, so I think that's my response to your question about the outlook in Asia Pacific and how we would respond to the crisis.
Excellent. Thank you very much for sharing that. I had a question for Michelle, but I want to kind of tail into this question for Razvan. And you talked about the greener trajectories and those being there to stay. My question relates to, if we see a significant uptick in traffic and then there's going to be capacity pressures, how do you deal with that from a network side when you have these greener trajectories that may actually, and I'm speculating, that may put pressure on the capacity limits?
Very interesting question. So first of all, a crisis is also offering lots of opportunities. And what has happened during this period? First of all, by removing these airspace utilization restrictions, it was not an easy process initially, because controllers are used to them, they cannot, okay. Then we come into the summer 2020, where, okay, we had flights at around, 18,000 flights a day, so something like 2/3 of what we have normally, no problem. Summer 2021 comes, we get to some parts of the network where the traffic was even above 2019 peak traffic. And again, no problem. So it looks like everybody forgot that those restrictions were there. So there was no particular problem with those. Secondly, what was amazing during this period in Europe was the fact that a number of major projects, and especially in terms of airspace design, have not stopped. And this is absolutely fantastic. We have the concept of free route airspace in Europe that is being expanded more and more. And we had major examples of continuation of implementation of free route airspace in Europe in areas where this is not implemented, like for instance in the Spanish airspace, in the French airspace, in the UK airspace, where we have seen recent implementations. But we also had expansions of cross-border free route airspace, so making big volumes of single free route airspace areas going across state or ANSP's borders, like we have, for instance, between Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, like we have between Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and moving further up to Poland, like we have in the full northern part of Europe. And those have continued, and those made, of course, gave better opportunities in terms of flight planning for the airspace users. And last but not least, what was also interesting during this period is that, okay, the airlines have a little bit less flights. They might have a little bit more time to work with us to re-evaluate a little bit their company routes. And we have put in place with a large number of airlines, again, tools and processes to look together at their company routes and to see how they can be reassessed. And we have an indicator that is called excess fuel burn. So we are comparing the trajectories of the airlines against the best flight plan trajectory. So the best flight plan trajectory, of course, takes into consideration we're at about 9% difference between the best planned trajectory and the average for the rest. In course of 2021, we managed to come to around only 4%. So there are ways and means. The airlines had a little bit more time. They were not under the pressure with having lots of flights, lots of problems, etc. And they had a little bit more time to look into all this. And these are things that have been put in place now in our systems procedurally that can only get better in the years to come. And I think this was a huge opportunity also to address a sustainable future development and recovery of air traffic in the European context.
Great answer. Michelle, before I ask you your question, I know that you're into the green aspects with a lot of the work in CANSO. So chime in on this point.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to comment on that. I completely agree with what was said. I think a lot of good work has been done that will continue to deliver dividends into the future. Airspace projects are one of those projects that don't tend to be really capital intensive. And so while we saw a lot of capital projects being deferred, airspace projects mainly use staff time. And that was one thing we had. So at CANSO, we certainly encouraged ANSPs to continue on airspace modernization. We saw a lot of deployment and advancement of PBN projects because controllers were available to collaborate with the design teams in those when the operation wasn't as busy, and it can often be difficult to free them up for that type of work. So we did put in place things. I mean, I worry about whether all of it will stay, but I think we have made significant improvements. I think that the environmental pressures that are on our airlines are significant from the consumers, from the business traveler, and it's something that we as ANSPs have to really turn our mind to, those things that we can do now while the airlines are continuing to burn carbon-based fuels, not in 2050 for the 2050 target, when a lot of the aircraft will have migrated to alternative fuel sources. So there really is an impetus. I think a lot of good work was done during the past couple of years, and a lot of it that will continue to deliver efficiencies in the future.
Roger that. Thanks for that input. So I'm going to start with you, Michelle, but this will probably dwarf into a question for all of you. And it's about measurement. We talked about it yesterday, right? Looking at how we know whether our organizations are resilient, and I know that you're very heavy into data. I wanted to get your thoughts about how, when we look at this and we've been able to take a step back, do we have an idea of the ANSP, from an ANSP perspective, who was more resilient and using some quantitative measures?
We do. I think that I was really pleased to see Ben Stanley in his talk yesterday, ask the question, resilient on what? Because it really does matter what you're measuring yourself against. We showed great resilience as far as our ability to keep the service available. We showed great resilience at maintaining an incredibly high level of safety. Cost efficiency and productivity, obviously those were going to be a challenge because they're very volume dependent. So within CANSO, we work with the global benchmarking work group, and that was a little bit of what Ben was presenting yesterday. And we're having some real discussions about that. And when we go through the numbers and the data we're seeing coming in for 2020, 2021, there are some really interesting results of ANSPs who have done better. But I have to say, even those ANSPs themselves are raising concerns that while their numbers may look good in the interim, time will tell whether some of the strategic decisions they made were the right ones in the long term. So there's lots of different measures that get to resiliency. There is no single measure of resiliency. And it really is something that I think that we, as a broader industry in collaboration with airspace users, need to talk about what's really important, because we certainly as ANSPs, knew deeply that cost efficiency was going to be damaged, that, we weren't bringing in enough revenue to cover the costs of the organization. But short-term decisions have long-term implications, and altering our resources in a way that would hinder our ability to serve the recovery when it came didn't feel like the right decision either. It really is, are you resilient for the recovery? Are you resilient in how you continue to manage your costs? Those are very different questions. And I think that it warrants a broader discussion amongst the industry as to the balance between those things.
Excellent answer. And Kok-Wan, I would turn that over to you, because you brought up in your positive areas about leadership paying attention to the short term and the long term. And so yesterday, one of the panelists was from the United States, and he said that their domestic airspace is a bit 3% over what they saw at the same period in 2019. And he had talked about understanding the resiliency of the organization by the efficiency and safety metrics that were in place and have been in place for a while. When we go to a place such as Singapore, which the traffic levels have dropped, how do you as look at that from a leadership perspective and understand where you're at in how resilient your organization is both today and for tomorrow?
No, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, we are very hard hit by the pandemic. Some of you may not be aware, we were doing 3% of pre-COVID levels for the past 2 years. So it was because we have no domestic air traffic. It's purely international 3%. Only in the last 2 months, we managed to increase from 3% to 7%, and then the Omicron variant hit. 3% to 7% still very low, but for us, it was a doubling of volume. And on the ground, with all the additional requirements and conditions, the entire ecosystem has to ramp up to be able to cope the doubling of volume. In fact, now we are very worried about the December peak, where a lot more people will travel. It is really a small fraction of that pre-COVID, but compared to what we are used to and the ops that we have now, I think we will have difficulty coping. Yeah, so these are some examples of the short-term challenges that we have to overcome. But I think as a discipline, both as a leadership as well as in our communication to staff, we always need to tell them to have really two minds. The left brain, you can think about the short-term problems, but you must always have capacity and bandwidth to think about the longer term. The investments that we make into the future in new technology, new concept of ops, in sustainability, those we must continue and we cannot lose track of them. Yeah, and that's the discipline that we have to maintain to keep the organization going. No, thank you.
Excellent answer. And I know we're tight on time, so I'm going to give one more question to this panel to Razvan. There was one specifically, if you would like to, you see the question, I'll read it for the audience. You mentioned at the end of that attendance at director ops is not at the appropriate level. Why and what would be the appropriate level?
I think there are actually two interesting questions here. I would answer to both of them. Disappointing that the ANSPs are like politicians, agree something at home at Europe level and then do nothing or worse. Can NM make it all follow? And then which kind of appropriate attendance we have at this? I wouldn't say that the ANSPs are like politicians. I think, yeah, we have agreed certain things at European level. And as I was just saying at the end, we wanted to be perfectionists. To be honest, when you put things on the table in a frank, transparent, open manner, and when you challenge certain things, when you see, for instance, that you get a certain configuration of sectors, but actually what you see in reality is not only, it's not exactly that. And then when you go straight and say it, then I can tell you it gets sorted out very quickly and it improves very quickly. So yes, we can sort it. It's not NM who can sort it. We can sort it all together, but sharing, being transparent, being honest, and being supportive to each other. I think this is the important message here. Now, about the level of participation of the network directors of operations, this is what we are insisting now for 2022. Because 2022 will be a year, hopefully, we will get quickly at the end of the Greek alphabet with the variants, and there will be no letter in the Greek alphabet, and there will be no variants anymore. And we are going to recover. The recovery will be very fast. And we should not say unfortunately, we should say fortunately, because this will support our economies. It will support air transport. It will support the ANSPs, the airports, to build back quickly and better. But it will not be easy. It will not be easy, and some difficult decisions with full accountability need to be made. And this is why we need the person in the organization who can take such decisions and who cannot go back and say, okay, wait another week before I can come back with a decision to you. The decisions need to be taken quickly. And we have significant challenges for 2022. And if nothing else happens and we follow what we currently see in coming from the airlines, coming from the economic forecast, from our own forecasts, etc., we are going to be quickly during the summer 2022, probably not for the entire year, and that has, of course, financial consequences because the money comes throughout the entire year. But for the summer season, we will be for sure with the traffic above levels of 2019. And that needs to be handled safely, first of all, efficiently, and in a sustainable manner. And without having people who can take quickly decisions, that might not be possible. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, and thank you to all the panelists. You guys have been great. I could sit here and ask you questions for the next couple of hours. I have so many that I have written down, and we have them coming in. I would hope that if you're able to join us during the quick fire, because there's some things that we want to touch on that I think are continuation from this about how we move forward. One of the questions, I'll just kind of pre-plant this. One of the questions that came up was, is CANSO putting together a collection of best practices to help increase resilience of ANSPs based on this experience? And I think there's a real opportunity for the organizations that are here to work on something like that, and it would be great to get your thoughts. So With that, I apologize that we've gone over on time. This is a fantastic panel. Unbelievable speakers. I really appreciate it. And hopefully we will see you right after lunch at 14:10 Central European time will be ours. So until that point, thank you very much.
Aerion's space-based ADS-B revolutionized air traffic surveillance. Now, that technology will go beyond traditional surveillance with the introduction of 3 new products: Aerion Stream, Aerion Flow, and Aerion Insights. A new solution for air traffic flow management. Aerion Flow supports safe and efficient flow of air traffic from gate to gate, providing air navigation service providers with a high-fidelity, low-latency source of position data, far beyond their own area of responsibility. Aerion Flow allows for tailored data streaming and once-per-minute position updates for continuous global coverage and availability over 99% of the time. A set of powerful APIs, Aerion Stream offers access to Aerion's 100% worldwide gate-to-gate, surface-to-space surveillance data. When combined with flight and airspace contextual information, Aerion Stream enhances tracking, situational and analytical tools for users across diverse industries. With Aerion Insights, space-based ADS-B surveillance data is combined with aviation contextual data to provide key performance indicators related to a flight's operational safety and efficiency. Aerion Insights provides a stream of customizable events and alerts for flights that includes airport and airspace events, ongoing flight data, safety events, location alerts, and more. Aerion Flow, Aerion Stream, and Aerion Insights, meeting the demand for worldwide, single-source, reliable data. Visit aerion.com today to learn more. Aerion's space-based ADS-B revolutionized air traffic surveillance. Now, that technology will go beyond traditional surveillance with the introduction of 3 new products: Aerion Stream, Aerion Flow, and Aerion Insights. A new solution for air traffic flow management. Aerion Flow supports safe and efficient flow of air traffic from gate to gate, providing air navigation service providers with a high-fidelity, low-latency source of position data, far beyond their own area of responsibility. Aerion Flow allows for tailored data streaming and once-per-minute position updates for continuous global coverage and availability over 99% of the time. A set of powerful APIs, Aerion Stream offers access to Aerion's 100% worldwide gate-to-gate, surface-to-space surveillance data. When combined with flight and airspace contextual information, Aerion Stream enhances tracking, situational and analytical tools for users across diverse industries. With Aerion Insights, space-based ADS-B surveillance data is combined with aviation contextual data to provide key performance indicators related to a flight's operational safety and efficiency. Aerion Insights provides a stream of customizable events and alerts for flights that includes airport and airspace events, ongoing flight data, safety events, location alerts, and more. Aerion Flow, Aerion Stream, and Aerion Insights, meeting the demand for worldwide, single-source, reliable data. Visit aerion.com today to learn more.
Welcome back, dear colleagues, dear friends. The last session of the conference, we debated over 2 days the resilience from all perspectives, not just aviation-wide. First of all, we do need to apologize Jacopo, our Director of Network Management. He has been called to prove the operational resilience. He deeply apologized. He will not be able to make it, but we had to replace him with the 3 of us, actually 4 of us, Razvan included. So the 2 anchors, we have invited Steve Shorrock. Razvan will join in a minute, and together with the speakers from the 2 days who are online, we will have this fire-up questions moderated panel. Any thoughts, questions, statements, views that you wish to address to the panelists, please do that. The rules we have, it's 3 minutes for question to answer, and Steve will lead the direction of the questions. He summed up already a number of questions and points that you raised over the 2 days. Now, if any other panelists, which I like to kindly invite them to switch on their cameras now. So I think we have in the Zoom Alex Bristol, Carol Quinn, Di Whittingham, Michelle Bishop, Martin Bromiley, Ko Kwan Han, and Ben Stanley, and John Alspo. And Kath Bishop, sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging on with us over the 2 days. So now back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Tony. So we've got some questions for this session, and what I would really like is that we stick to some very practical takeaways for people. So we stick to what can be done, what can be done better, how can it be done, who can be helping. And I guess my first question to the panel is about senior leadership. And for those in senior leadership positions who are not here today, if they were tuning in right now, in just a couple or 3 minutes each, whoever would like to respond, what should they take away from this? What perhaps should senior leaders start doing? What should they even stop doing when it comes especially to organizational resilience? Just some perspectives on that, please. Di, let's hear from you, please.
And Hassan will expect me to say this anyway, but senior leaders need to know the business. They need to know the safety game. They need to understand the implications of all the things we've been talking about over the last 2 days and for the many months before this. So it's about understanding the implications of their actions. And we heard, I think we understand exactly why Singapore is such a powerhouse in aviation at the moment. Your point about short-termism was very well made, and it's getting people to think strategically. They can think strategically from a business sense, but not necessarily from other directions. So they need to understand more about the game and be considerate, be kind occasionally.
Thank you, Diane. Thanks for keeping that succinct and practical. Alex, please.
Thanks, Steve. So for myself, I think it is about understanding. It's about being aware in the very first place. Then there's a piece about role modeling, making sure that the rest of the top team is equally aware, understands the importance of creation of resilience. You then need to have a plan. You then need to create, as a leadership team, you need to create the environment for the right conversations to happen. In other words, resilience doesn't come from top down. It's not imposed top down, but the environment is created by the leadership in order for the right conversations and the right things then to happen for an organization to become resilient. And people need to stop thinking about just their own tiny little part of the world, think about the network, think about the wider implications, and consider the resilience within that framework rather than just in your own tiny little framework.
Thanks, Alex. And Hassan, what's your perspective, please?
Well, just to add to my colleagues' comments, I think we talked about this yesterday about leadership, and that is during a crisis, authentic leadership is paramount, and communicating the decisions the difficult decisions that would have to be made during such a crisis, and living up to the values of the organization, and making sure that those decisions are transparent to the organization is going to be paramount in making sure that during these types of situations, the organization can remain resilient.
Thank you, Hassan. And just building on this theme of senior leadership, how can they prevent themselves in senior management positions? How can people prevent themselves being stuck in an echo chamber, being surrounded by like-minded people with either the same views or just saying things that they think are the right things to say? And Martin, I'm thinking about you because you've had experience in healthcare, with very senior level people. I'm wondering what thoughts, Martin, you've come away from your experience with, if you're willing to share.
Yeah. I think it's very much about asking those open questions and listening, as I said earlier today. The information is out there. In the new world, you probably don't have all the information you need. In fact, almost certainly you don't have the information you need. And multiple perspectives are very important. And you're only going to get the genuine multiple perspectives if you genuinely want to know. And what we see in healthcare is often leaders kind of don't want to know sometimes. So it's so important. And this isn't about getting people to speak up. This is about getting leaders to listen up.
Thank you, Martin. And Michelle, I'd like to turn to you for a moment, please.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Martin had to say. I would add, you can't get out of the echo chamber in a crisis if you've created one in the good times. And that's an important lesson for leadership. I think that it is the environment you create on a day-to-day basis, the diversity of voices that you enable in your organization, and how you treat those diversity of voices when they come through in your decision making. I think it's really difficult to try to turn that around in you're in a crisis if you haven't lived it beforehand.
Thanks, Michelle. And I'll come to John before going back to you, Alex. As John, you've been in a senior leadership position in technical roles yourself, and I know that you have a lot of interaction with senior technical leaders.
Yeah, I think the comment I'd like to make is that for successful organizations, resilience is already present. And for leaders, they are the most distant from how real work is happening. Even if they were in those hands-on practitioner roles in the past, they are no longer. And so a great deal of making things work at that hands-on boots on the ground is sometimes making calls, workarounds to handle the messy details. You have to expect that there's a reason why the resilience that's already present is difficult to find, because others might not want to admit what they're doing. And yet they are, ironically, the source of strength and resilience because you are the leader.
So you raise the question about how can organizations and senior leaders create the conditions for people to be honest about how things really work, right? Alex, please.
As you know, Steve, we've done a bit of work on that very last point as well, in trying to understand work as done rather than work as imagined on management's part. But it is, I think, in COVID, one of my biggest challenges personally was trying to find out what people at the sharp end was thinking and saying and feeling, because COVID, of course, meant but necessarily that I wasn't able to go and have touch points at any stage, and that made it really, really difficult for me. But I'm with Michelle as well. Creation of my team around me, which is heterogeneous in the first place, was important, so that there aren't just yes people or people thinking exactly the same thing, people who will argue with me. creation of the listening, I think, absolutely key as well. I made videos every week to start with, just to explain to people what was going on, try to be as transparent as possible with all of the decisions we were making, as Hassan said earlier. That's difficult, but what it also did create was it created the beginnings of some feedback loops from people who said, I don't agree with you, or I do agree with you, thank you. And at least they could get a little sense of what was going on. And it goes back at the end, I think, to this simple task of really genuinely asking the question and being prepared to listen to the answer.
Thank you, Alex. And we'd like to hear from you, Kath. You've got experience at all levels, from sports right up to diplomatic levels. And what are your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, so I do a lot of coaching with leaders and organizations. And for me, if I think about all of the comments before, which I really concur with, what we're talking about collectively there is changing the lens that you bring to your role. I think part of that is going to be also what we're measuring. So we've got to get out of that sort of operational mindset where it's a set of finite targets that you're responsible for as the leader. Now, those will exist, but actually the bigger game here that everyone's talking about is the less easily measurable area, but actually the critical area for resilience, which is around psychological safety, which is around culture. You know, things, listening is a theme that's come up with several comments that Alex and others. Well, how are you going to measure this stuff? How are you going to make sure it's there so that you don't just discard it? Because it's not going to get scheduled, and no one's going to stick it in a spreadsheet, but it is absolutely fundamental to creating this environment that is resilient, in the kind of greatest of pressures. So the lens that you bring, what you think is important as a leader, is so important here, because others aren't going to come to you and check on some of these measures, but they are going to be the most critical things. So before we even sort of, outline all of the things required, it's what's the lens that you're bringing? How are you seeing the world? And are you really putting culture as the foundation rather than an add-on?
Di, what's your lens on this?
I was just going to pass on something I did in a previous life, which worked really well, certainly about the echo chamber, was that I gave people the ability to challenge me. And I actually told them I wanted them to challenge me. And it was a very simple deal, which was, if I've done something that you don't understand, or which makes your life really difficult, challenge me. And the contract was, if I can't explain it to you to our mutual satisfaction, I'll go back and have another look. And that really opened up conversations with people, even at the most junior levels of the organization, who felt able to come and give their views, which, given that it was a multinational military organization, worked remarkably well.
And I think Martin will appreciate this as well. Just a short reflection from Richard de Crepigny. When I was talking to him about QF32, he mentioned the ramp technique. So you start by getting multiple perspectives, by getting suggestions from your team, from your group, but you start with the most junior member. If you start with the most senior, then you're never going to hear from the most junior, because they will not want to disagree. And I thought that was something that can be used in not just in the flight deck, but in all aspects of life, including the family, actually. Martin, what do you think, please?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But the other thing I was also going to add to that is asking, if you like, a negative question of the team. So prove to me that this won't work. If this goes wrong in 6 months, why will it have gone wrong? It's that kind of pre-mortem thing, but just done very quickly is a good way of challenging thinking.
Just maybe a final question I've got, and I'm sure Razvan will have a perspective on this as well, on the final perspective on the senior leadership aspect, because I think this is so fundamental for shaping possibilities within an organization. What kinds of things, based on what we've heard in the last 2 days, what kinds of things should senior managers be educated in, or what should they know about that they are not already educated in, or that they do not already know about? Because we've heard already that managers do not necessarily go through a course like controllers, like pilots, like ATSEPs, like LAMIs. They could be a controller, they could be a pilot, they could be an accountant, they could be anything. and therefore they do not come with a standard set of curricula, if you like. What kinds of things should they be knowing about, or at least reading about? Any perspectives, also from yourself, Razvan, as well? I might just pick on one of you, and John, you were the one I was going to pick on, so you put your hand up at an opportune moment. And John, let's hear from you, John.
Yeah.
What should they be knowing about?
I was going to give an answer that just sounds a little bit like a cop-out, but I think it's really important. If you're an executive or a leader of a successful organization, get a coach. That's probably the most succinct, effective, efficient thing you can do to help you and your organization. Get a real executive coach.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before, John, and not just for all kinds of reasons. I think for your own mental health, but also the quality of your decision making, collaboration, and so on. Kok Wan, what's your perspective on that, please? What do you think senior leaders ought to learn about?
A leader is the front man of the organization. There are three things that a leader needs to do well: internal, external, and future. Internal, you know your business, you know your operations, you know your people. Actually, that one, most of us as leaders have no difficulties because that's the domain that we grew up in. Yeah, but as COVID demonstrates, the external now becomes a lot more important. Our ability to understand what is going on around us, to make sense of what is going on, and to be able to lead our organization forward. That requires us to gain understanding of knowledge beyond our traditional domain area and things that we are familiar in. The third thing is about future. Focus very much here and now, but as a leader, vis-a-vis the rest of the staff, is our ability to look beyond the immediate, to look at future trends and challenges. And we discuss some of this sustainability. I know very little about sustainability, but that's one area that I do want to deepen my knowledge in so that I can lead my organization in that area of work. Thank you.
Alex, when we first met, I think you've been a controller and you've been up through COO and to CEO. What kinds of things have you learned along the way that have prepared you for your position, and what do you recommend to others in similar positions to yourself?
The first thing I think is really important is humility. It's really easy when you come from the background of an ATCO and then you sort of step up through to believe that you know better than everybody else. And I've been proved wrong numerous of times, and thank goodness I have been proved wrong, because of course then the decision making gets better and better on the way through. We've done 2 sets of training in Skyguide in the last couple of years, which I think will have a significant difference on resilience. And I'm looking at the top leaders, but the middle managers as well. And one is on communications training. How to communicate internally, externally, but especially internally. And half of that is about listening, if not more than half. And the second one is training on our values. So one of the things that our technical expert managers tend not to be so intrinsically good at is talking about the soft factors. Bloody brilliant at talking about all of the technical details, but when it comes to managing people, their feelings and their emotions, that's not one of the core strength factors. So that's something that we've been training up there for, and I do think those are key, because that it is in the creation of the core elements that we've been hearing about over the last 2 days that we can then generate the environment in which resilience becomes possible.
Thank you, Alex. I'm just going to bring in Razvan and then yourself, Carol.
Yeah, good afternoon again to everybody. So what was happening around here in these difficult times, I think what we needed was a lot of trust, encouragement, and motivation to people. There were difficult times and everybody was a little bit scared of it. But it was fantastic to see how trust, motivation, and encouragement then led to innovation. And I cannot support more what the other speakers were. Go to the young ones. because they were courageous, they were brave, and they have innovated. And to be honest, without their support, we would not have been able to do what we have done to support the COVID crisis. And it came from very technical matters that they supported. It came from a situation where you can imagine in the EUROCONTROL building, we were about 40 people alone on the non-operational side. There was nobody in the building. It was really strange. A canteen closed, and suddenly you see these young people who are calling left and right to order lunch for those who are here. And then these were, you know, simple things, very simple things that made the team much closer together, and then increasing the team because everybody wanted to be back. And those kind of things make life much easier. Then what you have to transmit to them is what are you going to achieve next with this? Because the question was, how long are we going to do it, and which is the next step? How is this going to serve what we are going to do in the longer term? And they wanted also to know that. And if you are not able to tell them that this is not just a 2, 3, now it's 2 years thing, it's something on which we can build later on, and that could make us much better. It's terrible to say that, but we have enjoyed this period because it helped us to innovate.
Thank you, Razvan. Carol, again, you've got experience as a controller, through CISM facilitator, through counselor, no doubt working with people in senior positions. And so what's your perspective on this, please, especially this issue of what senior leaders might need to learn about or just otherwise?
Yeah, and I think both Alex and Han have spoken to it. I think it comes back to communication, and actually that's our industry at the end of the day, isn't it? And if we're not valuing what we can glean externally, then we end up in a very closed situation. And we've talked about this kind of convergence of different views and what we can learn from each other. So I come back to my term. Well, it's not my term, it's Wilson's term, but consilience is resilience. If we're not listening to each other and really valuing that data, it's just data at the end of the day, and letting as leaders, letting your staff know that they matter, that you see them, that you're recognizing them, and that you can hold difference inside the integration, so that people can actually link together, and that there's a coherence, even though people can stay different in their roles within. And actually, interesting, Martin talking earlier about the NHS, but the NHS in the UK has just done a fantastic piece of work, which is all available online. I think one of the things that we need to really think about at this stage as things go on is, trauma will start to leak in. There will be more traumatic responses that will make it more difficult for people to continue that flexibility. And too much for too long causes traumatic toxic shock. And so we need to be benchmarking already. Where are you at now? What's going on now, so that we can really track it and see what we need to feed back into the system, and for the leaders to do that, and to let people know that they're listening. And so NHS, it just came out in November this year, actually. NHSemployers.org has got a wealth of survey ideas and really excellent wording for questionnaires and invitations to actually get that information from your staff so that you can listen to them.
Before I move on to a different theme, I'd just like to hear from Di.
It's the same thing, and it's communication. And you can, Alex made the point very well. It's everything we can point to in terms of a systemic failure has come from a failure of communication, whether that's cross cockpit, between controllers, between aircraft and controllers, between license maintenance engineers, you name it, it's communication. And I had an interesting experience in terms of a quite difficult conversation with our own CAA, with somebody very senior in that, who was wanting to know why the information I was pushing back into the CAA didn't reflect what was being seen at senior levels in the operators concerned. They didn't see the risk picture the same way. And I had to point out that if the senior management in airline A and its own safety team are seeing different aspects of risk and not seeing the same picture, they have a big communication problem. That's an internal problem. And if you want really empowered employees who will go out and innovate and go the extra mile, nautical miles in this case, if you do want them to do that, then they have to know where you want to go as a leader. They have to know that. And it's important, again, the middle management tend to be the glue layer that stops the message from the top reaching the bottom. So usually it's the people in the middle that really need to learn to communicate.
Thank you, Guy. I want to move on to another theme, slightly more to organizations more generally. And one of the cornerstones of resilience, and something we've heard a lot about from different people in the last 2 days, is learning. And in aviation, we have some quite specific methods of learning from incidents, which are almost quite specific to ourselves and so on. And I'm wondering how we can think more broadly about it. But my question is, how should we be learning better as an industry? What are some good practices for learning, maybe from outside of aviation even, that we could be drawing from? I'm sure you can all contribute to this, and I already guessed who would be the first one with some ideas from a resilience point of view, and that's John. So, John, what do you think about
that? Well, yeah, this is going to be tough to keep in 3 minutes. The first thing I would say is it's quite easy to mistake fixing with learning, and they are not the same thing. Your organizations, all organizations, especially those with that require loads of technical expertise on all axes, people are preventing incidents from happening every day in all of your organizations. It's happening right now, and it's invisible. And so there's a difference between fixing things that have been identified in the wake of an incident that has happened and learning across the organization. For leaders, it's not about you learning. You've got your own thing going on as far as learning is concerned. What's most important is that you set the conditions, as many panelists have already said, you set up the conditions and the space for all of the practitioners on the front line to learn from each other. Learning is very difficult to measure, to identify, but it can be done. And so, you know, the difference between a near miss or just a run-of-the-mill, oh, that's weird thing on a Tuesday morning, and a significant outage or incident of some kind the next day is only the outcome, not what people are actually doing.
Thank you, John. Ben, how can we be learning better in this industry?
We all know the power of storytelling. We see it very forcefully in other areas, in other industries, and sometimes it'll be a champion, and sometimes it'll be a particular event that has occurred. We need to be telling the stories around a common vision. We've already talked about, as leaders, understanding that common purpose and being able to communicate it well. How we then drive that through is basically through storytelling. We've already talked about that coming from the bottom up, and ensuring that individuals have a voice that helps define the identity of the organization, that each of the individuals know that they're empowered, they're part of it. And therefore, as they learn off each other, as John was just saying, you build those stories together. And in theory, move forwards together towards the vision.
Thank you, Ben. And Hassan, much of the work of the foundation is learning is the raison d'etre at the end of the day. What's your perspective? What are your insights on that? How we can do better?
That's right. And I wanted to just add that based on our survey that we are doing now, and I reported yesterday, one of the things that was stressed was that during the past 2 years, as we've been going through this crisis and making decisions, that we all have in our organization standard operating procedures. We have processes that have been well established. And it's important that as we move forward, that we reflect and incorporate all those lessons learned that we've had over the past 2 years into our processes and our standing operating procedures, so that we don't have organizational amnesia in the future as we move forward, but rather that we capture those thoughtfully, methodically, so that they become the fabric and organic in our organizations.
Thank you, Hassan. Michelle?
Yeah, just to build on a couple of points that was made by Ben and Hassan just a moment ago. I think there is power in the storytelling, and I think that we absolutely have to capture the lessons learned out of this exercise, but there's a real opportunity to capture those lessons learned not in silos. One of the great joys of being in the ATM industry is that we are by and large not competitors of each other. And it is an atmosphere of open sharing of best practices and experiences and what worked and what didn't work and what we thought worked and in the long run realized didn't, that there is richness and value in that sharing that needs to occur. And there's a real opportunity in this industry that maybe doesn't exist when you look at the airlines. They're competitors of each other, not going to sit down and share what's worked for them and how they bounce back stronger than the others. But we do, and there's a real value in that's not to be lost.
Thanks, Michelle. Razvan, what's your perspective on learning?
Yeah, I think we are in an industry where the safety culture pushes us to learn continuously and to have a continuous improvement. But I would like to bring another perspective into that. I think we will learn how much we have learned from it in about 6 to 9 months from now. Because if we go back September 11, a major crisis, major traffic drop. Then we have a couple of subsequent financial crises in Europe and in the world that led to another traffic drop. Which were the first decisions that were taken at that time? Stop investment, do not do anything. For the next 5 years, we stop everything, we don't progress, we don't do anything. And just some years after, just because nothing was done, because everything had to be stopped, we were back to the same problems as they were before those crises. Have we learned from that? Are we going to do exactly the same now and not continue to invest, to innovate, to bring new concepts in, to bring new, more modern infrastructure in? I hope that in 6 to 9 months from now, we will not learn that we did not learn anything. Not only from this crisis, but from previous crises also.
Thank you, Razvan. Martin, I'd just like to invite you in if you're willing to contribute to this. Because you talked today about what happened, and you were very focused on learning, not just at a hospital level, but in fact the whole NHS, in fact the whole healthcare sector. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I think there's a systems view and a personal view, and my effort was about the system and about bringing in the idea of independent investigation as we see in aviation. And in fact, we now have a quasi-independent investigation body in the UK. There's another one in Norway. The one in the UK will hopefully go to a statutory independent position in the next year or so. So, but that's about kind of big system learning, et cetera, et cetera. But the big barrier, whether we're talking about system learning or individuals learning or whatever, is the desire to accept continuous learning. And the struggle we've had in healthcare is the hierarchy, I suppose, of expertise, that when you join the industry, you, as a junior doctor, you know nothing. And you know that you've got to learn, and every day you're being told you've got to learn and do better. And then one day you reach the position where you're now a senior doctor, a consultant, and you don't need to learn anymore, but you need to teach those who need to learn. And that's really not helpful. So it was interesting when John was talking about the need to fix things, which is absolutely the problem we have in healthcare. But I think fundamentally in any organization, this has to be about a human being at a senior level who is able to show the humility that we've already heard about, who is able to share their mistakes, their errors, as a way of role modeling that says that, yeah, once you're qualified, you can still get it wrong. Now, I know that's not about fixing the system, but you can't even think about fixing the system if you can't accept that you yourself can learn.
That comes back to the point of humility that that Alex made earlier. Got another. Oh yeah, let's hear from you, Kath.
Yeah, I think just building on that, there's something about how you make learning something then that's instrumental and how you signal that in the organization. Obviously, the leadership behavior is one way, but at the moment, there's still, I think, too often a sense that learning is something that happens additionally, that you go on a course to do, that that is the realm of HR to organize, rather than actually it's the central engine of, just doing your job wherever you are in the organization. And that requires, then the system to reflect that it is part of your job spec, that it is part of every meeting, the habits, the rituals, the way you open meetings, the way you close meetings, the way you have your one-to-ones. So there are some very practical things that people can do to make sure that the language is there in terms of what your responsibility is, regardless of your job. Learning and sharing the learning is expected. And then I think there's, obviously the leadership role modeling is key to make sure that that comes across as really critical.
I've got a question for any of you that wish to answer. We've got quite a variety of perspectives right here, right now. CEO, sports, ACCO, psychotherapist, technologist, and so on. Who's missing from the conversation? If we want to become more resilient as organizations, as teams, as individuals, as an industry, what other perspectives should we be drawing on? What other kinds of professionals even should we have in our organizations who are by and large not present? Has anybody got any view on that, please? John Osborne.
And this might reveal some ignorance that I have about my fellow panelists. I no longer write code, build technology, at least of any consequence. Are there any panelists whose responsibilities include hands-on, at the coalface, hands-on work? Do they have opportunities to screw things up? Not as a leader, not in the abstract, not in the aggregate, but if we don't have actual controllers, actual software engineers, actual hands-on practitioners, that it seems like a very important perspective we are missing.
Thank you, John. I know that we do, but Di, let's hear from you first, and then Alex.
I think it was Mencken, who was an American writer in the 20s and 30s, who wrote that a man may be a fool and not know it, but not if he's married. And the point about that, of course, is not about marriage, male, female, but about the fact that we need people occasionally to tell us what it is that we're not seeing. And so it's a really interesting question, and my suggestion would be to start bringing people in from other industries as sort of non-executives, if you like, but those people could give you an independent voice to say, why are you doing that? And just to ask those difficult questions at a level where they will be listened to.
And that's certainly been the whole point with today, I suppose, Di. We've got people from not within ATM, but not within aviation at all. And also the point in hindsight, you'll notice that we try and get people from very diverse perspectives to take this outside view. What do you think about that, Alex?
Well, I fully agree with that as well. I fully agree with both the previous answers as well. The spread from the people who are senior leaders furthest away from the front line to the front line, I think that's critical. And someone comes from the outside, and that is something I absolutely like about this 2 days of panel sessions here and the conference, has been that it's not just focused on ATM, just focused on ourselves, but there's other people. Question is, who else is out there who can hold the mirror up to us and do what Di just said, which I think is absolutely a key point. And if I'm looking from an ATM perspective, you know, who else is there around who can either help me or hinder me and my company to become more resilient? There are a number of people from outside the industry who can help with new ideas, different ideas. Within the industry, there's one set of people who can definitely hinder us from being more resilient, and that's the regulators. And I wonder if we need to be involving them in a different way in the conversation as well.
Well, that's a next theme on my list, Alex, but I'd like first to come to Hassan, please.
No, I'll be brief, just to add on that, you know, during the past 2 years, one of the things that became very, very apparent is the well-being of the workforce, well-being of employees, well-being of leaders. And so experts and expertise in well-being, taking care of the psychological aspect, taking care of the issues relating to stress management, it's very, very important that we bring those experts and expertise into the table. And we've learned during the past 2 years that was in some situations missing, and we had to scramble to try to get that. And so that's just one thing I just wanted to add.
Yeah, so some of the operational community has developed its own CISM and other programs like that, both in ATC and among the pilot community, but that's not there for all staff, and as you said, Hassan, don't necessarily have trained professionals in psychological well-being, such as Carol and so on. Michelle, what do you think, please? Who's missing from the conversation? Who else should be in the picture, in the mix?
I think the customers have to be in the mix. I think that's absolutely critical. We are a service provision industry, and to talk about our own resilience without dialogue with those who we provide the service to would occur at our folly. So that's one that I would mention that hasn't been mentioned yet.
Thank you, Michelle. And Ben, please.
We have the same notes, Michelle. I would broaden it as well and say we've talked about trust in our communication. That breaks down if you've set an expectation and then that expectation isn't met internally and externally. And the danger is that we don't have all the true decision makers in the room. Now, we've talked about regulators. I'd extend that to ministries where that's applicable as well. I'm sure for Alex Cockwan and so on, you know, you're, as the leaders of your organization, you're able to drive that forwards. I think in some ANSPs, they are driven by others at times. And you know, I would also include leaders of unions in there as well. Enabling us to bring a common message and build consensus in where we're going, so that those expectations don't get broken halfway through, because that's when we lose trust and we lose the communication.
Thank you, Ben. And Carol, you're one of the kinds of professionals that Hassan was talking about. Not only are you an ATCO and you fully understand the high pressure world of ATC, but you're a trained psychotherapist. And what's your view on who's missing? Who do we need to be in the conversation when it comes to resilience in all its forms?
What I wanted to say, Steve, is not so much in direct response to that, but to pick up on what Hassan was saying, which I think is incredibly important about paying more attention to well-being. I think we're at danger here of putting in lots of layers of bringing in people missing from the conversation as experts and disempowering people. I think what we need to get better at is educating to potentialize, to pick up on people's natural resiliency and their own potential. And we can put in programs up the yin yang and give people techniques and tell them how to do things. But what we need to get better at is recognizing the strength in their qualitative experience. So we're moving to a much more protective factor type model rather than looking at the deficit all of the time. So giving people the basis and the opportunities to think more about themselves, to know themselves better, so that we're thinking more about possibility and empowering the person, empowering the people, giving the choice to them about what works best for them, and empowering them to speak up and state what their need is. So I think rather than bringing in lots of experts, and it's a bit like kind of a pin in a map really, I think we really need to be providing just a multifaceted range of things where the individual can decide what they need and go in and access that so that they get better at helping themselves, and then we're really building on the potentiality and helping them to take back that sense of empowerment.
Yeah, I like that, Carol. And my friend Cormac Russell, who was one of the people I spoke of yesterday, he works in asset-based community development, so he works with natural communities all around the world. And he talks about two things really: uncovering people's gifts, skills and passions, that everybody has natural gifts that almost that they were born with, that their mother or father would say they had as a child, and they also have skills that they've learned. No one's born a controller, although maybe that's not true, I don't know. And their passions, things that people care enough about to act upon, that they might not be good at it, but they care a lot about it. They care enough to do something about it. And often these are not uncovered well in organizations. They remain dormant or covered up. But more to the point, the second thing is he talks about the need to connect them, and that there are people in organizations who are naturally good connectors. They're not leaders. They're not necessarily experts. They're not networkers. They are connectors. They work in the seams, if you like. They work between the functions, between departments, between locations, between disciplines, professions, connecting people and connecting their gifts, skills and passions. And I think that's what you're talking about there in a sense. And not just empowerment, but in another way, removing disempowerment that exists within a system. I think that's also important. Now, the subject of regulation was mentioned, and that's a topic that I think would be good to come to next. So a general question: how can regulators support organizational resilience, or how should regulators and regulated organizations work together, perhaps, on aspects of resilience, whether that's technological, whether that's organizational or industry resilience as a whole? So any general thoughts on regulation and resilience? Alex, since you raised the topic, it does behove you, I think, to start us off, and I'm sure that others have got thoughts on that. Over to you, please, Alex.
Seems only fair. So there are a couple of things for me in this area. One is the regulations themselves. The regulations themselves are often written without something like resilience in mind. They're written with something very clear in mind, but it doesn't necessarily allow too much lee room for the creativity of the human being, which is actually where resilience so often comes from. We talked in the panel session yesterday about the technological resilience, and a regulator there can, by saying no, because they, for example, don't understand the way the new software is working or whatever else, they can slow down the path to creating more technological resilience, which allows around it then the organizational resilience to be generated as well. So I think there's a piece about the regulation at the level of the legislation itself. Then there's the interaction with the regulator, and what is the regulator's mindset? Is the regulator's mindset a compliance mindset? If it says it here, tick, 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 you are okay. Or is the regulator's mindset, what is the purpose of the exercise here? Performance-based regulation, let's make this work together because we all understand why resilience is important. And I think if we can have regulators moving in that direction, we would make a big step forwards.
Dai, and then I'll come to Razvan. Dai, what's your perspective? Which direction should we be going in?
I think, and this is a sweeping generalization, many regulators are much too risk averse. And I think we've approached the time now where there is so much complexity in the regulatory document set that it is almost impossible for one individual to work the way through it and understand what they're meant to be doing. You know, when you have a body like EASA, which has to issue easy access rules for its own legislation, you have a problem. So I'd quite like to see regulators becoming a bit braver and to deregulate in areas where they can afford to take a bit more risk and give people the freedom to maneuver, because if they don't have freedom to maneuver, you end up with a regulatory impasse. They either have to break the regulations to get the job done, and usually that's really low-level stuff, or they have to wait for an alleviation. So something as simple as the rules on, well, here we are, COVID, hand sanitizer. You know, we've now had to have the regulators issue waivers to allow quantities of hand sanitizer to go into the, oh, come on. This is common sense, and it's those sorts of areas where I think rather than rule making and trying to dot the I's and cross the T's, they'd be better off with a bit of latitude. And when they do write regulation, then they need to capture the intent of that regulation very clearly, because quite often it'll drift off in Europe through the comitology process, or it'll drift off because staff have changed over within the regulator and then no longer understand what it is that we're trying to regulate in the first place. So latitude, leeway, deregulate.
What James Reason called the regulator's unhappy lot, and this constant, this difficulty trade-off of expertise, but also of prescription versus freedom to adapt and adjust and so on.
And I think, just to add, I think one of the big problems is we live in a blame society. Across Europe, across North America, we live in a blame society. You look at the British press, they're vile most of the time. Somebody has to be to blame. And that's one of the reasons why the regulators tend to take a conservative approach, because they don't want to be held up for getting it wrong.
No disagreement on the press, but before I bring in Ben and Hassan, I'd just like to bring in Razvan, please.
Yeah, I think I would have two things here. First of all, it is the letter and the spirit of the regulation. So it depends, you know, if somebody wants to achieve the letter and to just have a tick in the box, it has no value. But I think especially in times like this, what is more important is the spirit of the regulation and what you are expected to achieve as a result of that. And then you might have some shortcuts, you might have some other means of achieving it, because speed is very important in times like COVID or whichever other crisis. So this flexibility in the way in which the legislation is interpreted is quite important. We have seen positive signals of that, but we also have seen very negative signals where the legislation has been applied ad literam. And then there is another point. During times like that, there is legislation that simply is becoming unapplicable, and it needs to be this how to say, imagination, understanding of each and every industry to say, this legislation doesn't make sense at this point in time. Let's just suspend it. And I have a long list of examples for us, but that's not the point to discuss about it right now, because some legislation simply is not applicable anymore. You know, in terms of competition, in times of high competition, high this, high that. Okay, it might make sense, but in times like a crisis, it does not make sense anymore. And we should have the freedom. The airlines should have the freedom. The NSP should have the freedom. The airports should have the freedom to adapt a little bit better.
Thanks, Razvan. And Ben, what do you think? What do you think on the topic of regulation and getting the balance right, getting the trade-offs right?
The balance is the key point, isn't it? Proportionate. We use proportionate risk-based regulation. We look at trust within that, such that, and it's not just the regulation, it's the oversight. And so for resilience, we talk about our ability to adapt. How are we in a conversation with regulators to help them understand how to plan for an oversight of that ability to adapt? The problem regulators have is often a lack of resource. Almost always, it's a lack of resource. And we need to be in that conversation, even as we're doing it as an organization ourselves, as a service provider, to come to a common view of what that could look like and how it could help.
Yeah, the difficulty of having the right level of expertise to regulate something when those regulated will almost always have more expertise. It's a little bit like the automation problem that we talked about yesterday in a sense. But Hassan, what's your thoughts on that, please?
Yes, I like to believe that the regulators actually over the past 2 years have learned a great deal to try to innovate and do things differently. We've had, before the pandemic, a very rigid system of compliance, of checklists, of things that had to get done to ensure safety. And one of the things during our survey that we did in the regions, just one example, had to do with audits that, had a process, had a specific way of doing these audits, in-person audits. Well, that could be done during the past 2 years, very limited in some situations. So regulators and airlines and ANSPs actually collaborated to a high degree to come up with different ways to try to ensure safety, for example, by hybrid models, by remote auditing models that were instituted within a matter of short time, without any legislation, as a matter of fact. So I think there's something there that we should be looking at moving forward. That, what happened is maybe, just maybe, that now we are having another tool in the toolbox, moving into the future, into the new normal. Could some of these innovations that were put in place during a crisis actually now inform the way in which regulators and industry can work together in new ways that's efficient, that perhaps even more effective?
Thank you, Hassan. I'd just like to take us into healthcare for a moment, just to take us outside of aviation, look at alternative models of regulation, maybe into web ops as well. But I just want to turn to you briefly, Martin. I know you will have had a lot of interactions with the many different regulators in healthcare. What do you see that works well that we could learn from in aviation, if anything at all? Because I'm making an assumption that there are. Or in other words, what do you see when you see good regulation and good regulators?
Yeah, that's a really difficult question, because I'm struggling to think now of healthcare of a time when I've thought that I've seen really good regulation. There's a massive overemphasis on tick box, on regulation by paperwork, and there's very, very, very little regulation by actual face-to-face contact and observation, but that is true of the whole culture. So I'm sure there is something we can learn, but you're going to have to leave me to think on that for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a question here about how do we think regulators define resilience? Do we see it in the same way? And Koh Kwan, perhaps you can answer that question or address the point more generally.
Yeah, thank you. No, I would like to build on what Hassan has said just now with regard to safety regulation. Indeed, in the whole new COVID environment, the environment in which the operators work in is a lot more complex. So the very strict rules and regulations are actually not as effective in securing the regulatory outcomes that we want to pursue, and definitely not good for resilience. But at the same time, there's regulatory risk because you worry the operators in the COVID environment would cut corners to save cost. Yeah. So actually what is important, even as we step down on rules and regulations, is to build a safety culture. Yeah, to ensure that actually through the ranks and from leadership down, everybody places emphasis on safety, and safety culture that we build actually provides a fundamental safeguard. Fundamentally, if the regulator still needs to secure regulatory outcomes, and for there to be greater alignment, there needs to be an agreement with the regulator on the outcomes you are trying to achieve together, a common appreciation of the operating environment and the body of facts, and then trust between the players. Thank you.
Thank you, Koh Kwan. Just before we move to another topic of teams and small teams and groups, to get you thinking about that, perhaps. John, just a final topic, a final question on regulation out there in the wild west of technology, where we're going from highly regulated to lowly regulated, if that's even a word. And what are your thoughts as an outsider in an industry that's not nearly as regulated?
Yeah, certainly, yes. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Online software services, even those that have criticality that might not be readily apparent, do not have the same sort of regulatory attention, let's just say. Well, although there are lots of compliance, regimes and agendas. For example, if you are processing payments with credit cards, there's a compliance and an audit sort of thing. We have to. I want to repeat what I said yesterday on the panel, which is that all disruptions, incidents, outages, whatever, untoward events are experienced by organizations that were deemed compliant, were deemed certified. This is a demonstration that uncertainty is uncertainty, and uncertainty does not care about what boxes have been checked. I wish I had like a great one-line answer to how to solve that. But I think the thing that I would say is, given that compliance of all sort of forms, regulations do not guarantee, ensure in any way that safe outcomes will take place, which should be readily apparent, if not, maybe it's not said out loud. How could they, presumably they view themselves regulators and compliance authors, that sort of thing, aim to keep updated and update as new as industries evolve? What goes into that? And are the regulated able to influence how they are regulated or made compliant? That's I'm answering a question with a question.
Thank you. I'd like to bring in, I was just going to say, Carol and also Kath, but I was going to move to the topic of teams, but I don't know, Carol, if that's what you wanted to talk about, but share with us what's on your mind, please.
I just wanted to pick up on what John was saying there about uncertainty, and if I kind of just apply the kind of human being layer to the role that the regulator necessarily has, I think, once the certification goes in and the tick goes in the box, then we're at danger of going into very sterile, cold insight, tick, the certification's there, and we start to actually close down, and things start to become certain then. So we take our eye off the ball a little bit, and we start to tune out. And what we need to do is to be able to pause, reflect, and keep tuning in, so that although we've got the certification per se, we go back to that uncertainty and opening possibility and potentiality, so that it's that whole aspect of mindsight again, and tuning in rather than tuning out with mindset and insight. So we've got to keep taking that step back.
Thank you. So my next question, and Kath, I'm going to address you directly as someone who worked in, as we saw, in a team where if you are not in sync, it is really not going to go well. But I know that you've worked with other kinds of teams as well, leadership teams and other kinds of teams. But just the next topic I'd like to address before we go to other questions from the audience is about teams. What can teams do themselves to improve their ability to perform under both expected and unexpected conditions? What can they do without permission from the organization? How can they get together in productive ways? What are some good ideas? Kath?
Yeah, so I think actually the team holds a lot of opportunity to do the things that have been kind of mentioned, whether it's listening regularly, whether it's getting fresh thinking, challenging assumptions. So all of that behavior that stops the group think, that stops the sort of narrowing, if you like, can be brought by the team, but only if you as a team agree that that's the best way to work. So, it's important that a team focuses and continually develops how they work as a team, not just what they're going to do. And that's the issue, that sometimes we emphasize what and when. So the volume of work, the stuff, the tasks, and the deadlines. But actually what we don't develop is, why they're really important, the sort of overall purpose, who's in the team. So who's going to bring challenge naturally? What are the different insights that we want to value, rather than, if we don't kind of draw them out, people might start thinking, well, I've got to become more like the others, rather than actually what I bring is thinking differently. So we need to know who's in the team, and then we need to think about how, and be specific. How do we want to work? How do we want to hold meetings? How are we going to stop groupthink? What are the habits that we want to create? And then we need to hold ourselves to that. I mean, some people talk about team charters or team rules. I don't care what it's called. It's about a way of working that is as important as the next particular operational task that you've got to address. So investing in that is your key to maintaining the creativity and the constant growth of the group. And the other thing that must be really important that we see in high performing teams, whether it's sport, business, whatever the field, is that you learn as a team. Cooperative learning is the best way to learn. We don't learn on our own. We learn best by feedback, challenging others, and again, having that as an objective. So for the team to be constantly saying, what have we learned today? What have we learned this week? How have we pushed each other's understanding of something? How have we brought a different perspective? So to have the learning as a real, objective success of this team that tells us we're doing things in the right way is if we can see constant learning is present.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm seeing from teams I'm working with, talking to in groups and individually, is there's a lot of desire for learning. The problem is the time, because you have this trade-off, this kind of acute chronic trade-off, and you just keep firefighting, dealing with what needs to be done now, perhaps on an engineering basis or operationally, and you're not creating the time to actually get together. But just a very brief reflection before going over to John, and I'll never forget, this is something that a friend of mine, a Swedish former air traffic controller, she's now retired, Anna Wennerberg, if you're out there. But we'd work with teams and groups, and controllers would say to us when we were doing the workshops that, management, they never create any workshops for us to get together to talk. They don't create the opportunities, they don't create the meetings and so on. And she said, with typical perhaps Swedish perspective, why are you waiting for others? She said, when I was a controller, we just used to get together ourselves after work. We didn't ask for permission, we just did it. And coming from a controller, that was actually quite powerful, and I perhaps couldn't have said it myself, but there's things that are done, as again my friend Cormac Russell says, there are things done to people, there are things done for people, there are things done with people, and there are things done by people, and we need to start in that by space, that what we can do by ourselves, for ourselves. But what do you think, John?
You know, I want to make a connection between both what Kath was just mentioning, what you just mentioned, and ever since a little while ago, Ben brought up the topic of storytelling and the importance, the criticality of storytelling. I haven't been able to get it out of my head. Thank you, Ben, for bringing that up. Making space, making time, or not asking permission for individuals in a team to tell stories about difficulties, about challenges. It doesn't matter whether practitioners believe themselves or see themselves as a good storyteller. I've yet to come into contact with any high tempo, high consequence domain where people are not good storytellers. They know what is a good story. They will include the details that makes it a good story, and they will tell them. This relates to this idea that leaders sometimes have, which is that that lessons learned can somehow be extracted, like, you know, like some concentrated juice from an orange or something like that, and then sort of distributed. That's not how learning works. Different people have varying understandings about a given, even the same incident, right? And what is important or notable or interesting across those folks in a team will differ from time to time. And so it's the synthesis of multiple things that are interesting about a story and making space for that story. That's what makes for fluid, really, you know, tight teams in the work.
And I can say, John, that, you know, as editor of Mindsight, some of my favorite articles are stories, actually. And I always say to operational readers, just tell the story. Don't try to make any fancy theoretical thing. Don't try to impress the reader. Just tell the story, and everything will come out.
What I would just add, you know, one of the things that we always like to point out is that you cannot say you've learned something if you can't remember it. And stories are the way that you can help cement into memory, those lasting memories, what's important.
Spot on. Kath, I'm just going to come back to you before I go to you, Hassan, because I clipped you earlier on when I quickly flipped over to John. So Kath, back to you, please.
Yeah, I actually I did want to come back on this point we were discussing about the time. We can always say that we haven't got time to learn, but I actually don't buy that, because I see some high-pressured, high-performing teams where it's part of what they do. It's not an extra thing. If learning is something extra that has to happen after work, it's not going to happen. Okay, it's great when it does, but that's not really living it. It's so that every meeting, every time you communicate, can be an opportunity to learn. The storytelling has to come into the meetings we're already having, not just creating additional spaces for it. That's when it becomes really powerful. So for me, and I don't totally buy the time, it's actually a mindset. Am I willing to learn even when I'm under pressure? That's actually when we learn most. That's when it's most critical to learn as well. So when I have a tight agenda, do I still look at it and think, well, what story is going to bring these issues to life? Do I open my meetings with, you know, 2 sentences saying this is what's on the agenda, or do I open it with a short story, or do I open it with, you know, the purpose of the meeting? So I think it is about having a learning mindset. And of course, under pressure, that mindset is under pressure, but we can make a conscious choice to go, no, I'm not going to narrow it and just look at this as an operational kind of tick box exercise. I'm going to maintain the sort of qualitative thinking, even when I'm under pressure. And that's when we learn most effectively.
Thank you, Kath, and thoroughly agree. Hassan, please, on this topic.
Just the briefing, just briefly on teams. And this was touched on, you know, in our industry, perhaps in some of the segments, there's a hierarchy and a hierarchical decision making process and structure. And for teams and team learning, you know, I think sometimes it's important to stress that maybe you shouldn't get too wound up about structure. You know, that in fact, if you really try to solve problems, if you're trying to be agile, if you're trying to learn, that in fact, you know, adhering to established hierarchical processes may not be the way to go. And in fact, maybe you shouldn't stress about that. Solve problems, collaborate, share information, and then go back and say, how can we now look at our structures to see what we did as a team can inform those structures. So I think there is a discussion there that we need to have as we move forward on this, but I think that's something that I thought would be a good thing to as a takeaway.
And a related thought is, I think, how can we create spaces where we bump into each other almost randomly, chaotically, informally, in the way that smokers do, perhaps outside the building. You know, smokers know the most of what's going on in any organization. It's not an encouragement, but, you know, something like that without the health hazards. A question that we have is about, if you look forward 5 years' time from now, what do you think will be the biggest change in the industry with regards to resilience? Just some very short answers on that, please. And whilst you're thinking about that, I have a final question for you, which is from what we've heard about organizational, technological, and personal resilience, what one thing have you learned from this conference that you'd not ever really thought about before and that you're going to be taking away with you? So feel free to answer any of those questions. Looking forward 5 years, what are the big changes with regard to resilience, especially in aviation, of course, but also from your personal point of view, on the topics of organizational, technological, and individual or personal resilience, or even group resilience. What have you learned? What's new to you that you're really going to be thinking about after this conference? Hassan first, please.
Well, I'll just start out and I'll try to do my best while my colleagues also try to add on. I think 5 years from now, I think one of the things that I hope that we have learned, and you know, because of this crisis, is the impact on the workforce. As we made the difficult decisions, and each segment in the ecosystem made different decisions, whether you're an airline, ANSP, airports, I'm just generalizing our industry, that there were decisions that had to be made. There were difficult decisions that led to really, I think, reduction in some of the expertise and some of the knowledge, the people that were part of this ecosystem. And I think 5 years from now, I think we need to make sure that we learn that going through similar decision-making, that we are mindful of how those decisions would impact our workforce, our expertise, so that as we make those decisions and we know we have to come back from a crisis, that we're not facing another crisis of shortage of personnel, of key people that really need to make our industry work. So I think that's just one thing I like to emphasize.
Thank you, Hassan. A great reflection. We've got some more reflections lined up. Dai, please.
Thank you. Yeah, firstly, I think we're going to see a lot more flexibility in the whole system, because as Quinn mentioned, the inflexibility of things like service provision were a handicap. I think the industry will demand it of the regulators, the ability to do different things. And the other thing I think we're going to see is a much greater use of data in all its forms. On which note, a story for John, because he'll remember it. When I was a boy living in North Wales, my father, who had a sense of humour, used to sprinkle ordinary cooking flour around the garden, and he would tell me and my brother that this was elephant repellent powder, for which the evidence of its working ability was the fact that there were no elephants. which of course there were never going to be elephants in North Wales. And it took me some years to work out what he was trying to tell me, which was be careful what you measure and how you measure it and what conclusions you draw from the result you get back.
Thank you, Diane. I hope that the elephants have stayed away, even in the absence of powder. Alex, please.
That's okay. From me, I think one of the biggest changes we'll see when we look back in 5 years' time is that just the very topic of resilience has suddenly become center stage within our industry as well. I think that's going to be a key element. Yesterday, we talked about the fact that technological resilience does not exist really in our industry as it should do. It's certainly a long way behind organizational people resilience. So I think we're probably going to find ourselves working on that very significantly. And I think my sort of takeaway and final point here is, if we do that, if we focus on resilience, we focus on technological resilience, we will still end up, I hope, realizing that we need to spend most of our time focusing on people to make sure that we remain as resilient as we can, because whenever anything else does go wrong, it will always be the people who have to be resilient to save our bacon.
We've got time for probably 3 more reflections, so we don't run too far over with the agenda, but Razvan first, please.
I will keep it very short. The first one, I think, is shared services. I think we'll see much more shared services than we have today. The second one about what did we learn today? I think we learned today that without putting our colleagues in front of everything, we would not have been able to go through this crisis. So probably what Alex was saying, it's really people. And what I have learned extra was a lot about humility and a lot about being part of the teams doing this work in terms of crisis. I think personal example, humility, it's something that it's a good lesson to take back home from those 2 days.
Thank you. I've very kindly been given a few extra minutes, so you can all get your thinking hats on key learning point from these 2 days. Ben, please come on. Let's hear from you. What's your key takeaway, or what's the next 5 years looking like when it comes to resilience?
First, I can confirm no elephants in North Wales. I grew up on the side of a mountain there. Confidence in 5 years' time. Confidence in our ability to adapt. We're somewhat unconsciously incompetent at the moment, in that we don't know what we need to measure to be able to know whether we can adapt. We know at different layers. There's been some fantastic insights at different layers, but I'd love to see that coming together so that we agree the problem, or agree what we're trying to measure, not just in ANSPs, but with our ministries, with our regulators, critically with our customers. So confidence in the ability. Second one, I'd love to see us move beyond, Alex mentioned it yesterday, the correct national requirements that can drive decision making, and understand the options and the innovations that now exist for us to solve those requirements in different ways. And I think we can look cross-border, we can be interdependent, and we can partner well, as Quinn was saying as well earlier. So those 2 things in 5 years I would love to see in this area of resilience, the ability to adapt.
The ability to adapt, Michelle, interdependent, cooperative. What's your thoughts, please?
I hope that in the next 5 years, we as an industry really make some leap steps in digitization. I hope that the network of networks that was discussed earlier that we all wish that we will have in 5 years' time. And I think that the work that is planned will give us more resilience. The great work that's being done on virtual centers and other new technologies will inherently provide more opportunity for the system as a whole to be resilient. It is really hard to narrow down takeaways from the event. I think that the one is that we do have a lot to learn outside of our industry. We can be very insular, and it is incredibly valuable to get valuable to get out of our own head and look at what we have to learn from other industries. So looking beyond our aviation borders is a
Thoroughly agree.
takeaway.
John, what do you think?
Real briefly, 5 years' time is hardly a mind-blowing, groundbreaking insight. I expect that all domains, all the domains that are represented on the panel and in the conference will become more technologically fluent. And I'm not saying everybody's going to become a software engineer. I'm saying that people who don't even consider themselves very much involved with technology will have vocabulary, will have more vocabulary and a better understanding of not just the opportunities, but also the limitations and the challenges with implementing technology in new ways. The second is a bit more aspirational, which is that I would love and hope that organizations such as those represented will make space and space and time, or at least acknowledge space and time, to Kath's excellent point earlier, for storytelling amongst practitioners, unguarded storytelling amongst practitioners, seen as not a waste of time, but actually a critical investment in effort and attention.
Thank you, John. Any final reflections, please, from the panel as a whole before we start to draw to a close? Well, I can't help but put in an short advertorial. Stories, that's the theme of the next Hindsight, stories from the sharp end on handling surprises. So I hope that we're going to hear some more of those. But all that remains is to thank you all for this fantastic participation. I hope you've all got as much from it as we have. Thanks for making the time. Thanks for turning up. Thanks for giving us your insights and wisdom, and for making our jobs super easy. Making it easy for us to get it right, as Martin would say. I'm going to hand over now to Tony and to Shane to close the session.
Thank you to you, Steve, for such admirably leading the panel. And again, to all the speakers, we learned so much from all of you. We're in big depth, and it's part of what next. I think we need to draw so much lessons learned from this event, and not to be just a one-off event. So before we close formally and pass the thanks, we have, as a support from our support team, as every day we have some key takeaway notes from today, and I'll invite Shane to read that for us. Shane.
Thank you, Tony, and I would like to echo the comments. Thank all the speakers for participating in the panel. You know, it's never easy taking a lot of questions that you may not know what's coming at you, and I appreciate your openness and willingness to participate. So if we look at our day 2 notes, again, thank you for the support team that captures these, that really makes it easy for us. And so what a great second day at our Global Resilience Summit, taking a deeper dive into resilience and what it means for our industry. And some of the key takeaways for today: first and foremost, people matter. Now more than ever, we need to check in with our people and listen generously to their response. We need to communicate effectively. We should also encourage an open culture, inviting challenge from people around us. And just as important as taking care of others is taking care of ourselves. Kath shared an alternative set of 3 R's with us yesterday: resistance, resilience, and recovery. Are we taking time out to recover? And when the going gets tough, Di reminded us to keep calm and carry on, and to breathe. Wise words, I'm sure you'll agree. And one of the biggest themes across both days has been learning. Today we learn the lens on our own industry. Today we turn the lens on our own industry, has learned and figured out what we learned from the pandemic. As Kakwan said this morning, one of the biggest lessons we have learned is that the aviation system is fragile and ANS provision is inflexible. We need to change this. We need to be more agile, adaptable, and flexible. But learning shouldn't just be a navel-gazing exercise. As Michelle said, as well as considering our own lessons, we need to consider the lessons others have learned too. Learning from our own and others' experience will help us grow. As Kath said, being world-class at improving gives you the best chance of winning. And finally, storytelling can be a very powerful tool to help us with our learning. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Shane. So we're at the end. We need to thank everyone, and especially our teams, speakers, participants who bear with us all these days. And you know, I'm the person who gives the embarrassing moments to the colleagues, and I promise Steve is not for him this time. So this time is for a person without whom this event would not have taken place. And after a couple of amazing years, this person needs to go back to his own organization. So before I thank him personally, because he was the thrust, the man with the idea, and the man who gathered us together to build up this agenda, my co-host Shane Campbell. So he spent a couple of amazing years with CANSO and returns back to the FAA soon. But before I do my personal thanks, I want to give Caesar what is the Caesar, and ask Michelle Bishop, the Director of Programs in CANSO, to say first few thank you on behalf of CANSO.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Shane, I so wish that I was there to say these words to you in person, but we are extremely grateful for the 3 years that you've had at CANSO. We are extremely grateful to you for the energy, passion, and intelligence you brought to the job. You know, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the organization, on behalf of all of the members, for the energy you brought to it. And, you know, you never say no to anything, and you managed to move mountains during your time here. I'd also like to say thank you to the FAA and to your family for the time that you've given us, and your time that they've given to us. We're sad to see you go. We look forward to continuing to work with you in your capacity back at the FAA. But it has been a great ride, and it has been my sincere pleasure to work with you all these years.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That's very heartfelt, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle. Also, a big thanks from our side, the EUROCONTROL team. As I said, we met many years ago. Shane, he came on a mission to Brussels, and by that time, Joseph Teixeira, the VP Safety. And as you said, Michelle, he is a man who works around the clock. He spread the gospel of safety in all continents when he was with CANSO. Just to mention, I think 2.5 weeks ago, he was in Kingston, Jamaica, traveled 2 times to Brussels, 1 to Madrid. He still has 1 mission to Valencia. And he was, I don't know when he sleeps, this man. It must be his former Marine background that keeps him going. And I want to echo, to pass the thanks to your wife, Angela, and the boys and the girl that allows you to work so much for us. And as a token of our recognition, I have a small present for you. Thank you, Shane. So for sure, all of our organization will be missed, but he stays within the air traffic management and aviation, and we are all a small family. So I think that's it from my side and our teams. We have also a small little gift for our friends in CANSO who are here present. And I don't want to start naming any of the names in both teams, EUROCONTROL and CANSO, because for sure, under the stress, I'll miss someone. So, and I don't want to apologize after. So a great, amazing job, guys. Also the technical team with the Zoom team and the Europa studio that you built here for us. Amazing. Thank you very much. Shane, I think the final word goes to you.
Well, I really appreciate everybody making this happen. Yes, I am kind of a safety nut, but I'm surrounded by a bunch of other safety nuts, so I kind of feel like it's normal. It's been very easy to work hard for the things that you really enjoy, and being around people that push you to the next level. And each of you have a special place in my heart. I really appreciate it. I've met lifelong friends, And I can see us being friends for many, many years and working on different projects and figuring out a way to, hey, you know, maybe we should do this or maybe we should do that. And I love it. So I really, I valued my time with CANSO. It's hard to go because I feel like there's so much more that we could do. But, you know, it's time for somebody to step in, and I'm sure that, you know, it will be an upgrade. So anyway, thank you very much to each and every one of you. Thank you for taking the time to participate, and thanks for such a great conference. That's it.
And that's it from Europa Studio. Be safe, be well, and see you in the future events. Thank you.